赋予竞技体育全新的意义。从人工智能获得启发，智力运动还有很多提升的空间和可能性。中国正在成为世界智力运动的能量之源，促进智力运动发展，增进世界文化交流。5月，世界棋牌大师巅峰对决汇聚中国衡水。我是衡水人，我在我的家乡辽宁关注国际智力运动联盟世界大师锦标赛。
Hello everyone, IMSA World Masters Championship starts today in Hengshui City, Hebei Province. There are 32 chess players around the world participating in this event. And we invite Gata Kamsky from America and Jovanka from England to comment on these games. And now we would like to invite them to comment on chess games.
2019国际智力运动联盟大师锦标赛于今日在河北衡水举行，共有来自全球32名顶尖棋手同场竞技，为大家带来精彩绝伦的64个对决。为此，我们特地邀请来自英国的约万卡女士和来自美国的卡姆斯基先生进行全程讲解。下面有请2位嘉宾讲解精彩对局。
Welcome to the 2019 IMSA World Masters Rapid and Blitz event. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it is a great pleasure to have here in the studio with me Grandmaster Gata Kamsky.
Thank you. Hello everybody, and today we have the first round of the Rapid event, and we're going to have Ivy here leading the way.
Yeah, I think we're going to have 5 spectacular days of chess. 3 days of rapid chess played at 15 minutes plus 10 seconds, and then things get heated up a little bit when it moves on to the blitz.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. So we're looking forward to see all these great, fantastic athletes compete in this event.
Yes. So we just have a look at the pairings, and you can see on top board we have Vladimir Fedoseev against, Wang Hao white against Vladimir Fedoseev. And that's going to be quite an interesting pair. Because remember here, there are no weak players. These are the finest athletes,
Absolutely.
chess athletes, yeah.
And of course, some people might not remember who Wang Hao is, but he was one of the leading Chinese chess players a few years back. And Fedoseev, he recently won Aeroflot Open a couple years ago. So, and his style is very uncompromising fighting style. So both of them are great fighters, and we're looking for a dramatic battle today.
Definitely, and of course Wang Hao has the nickname the Beast from the East, so will he live up to that? On board 2 we also have quite an interesting pair with Le Guangyuan against Yu Yangyi, and Yu Yangyi of course is very dynamic. Le has a little bit more of a solid style, so
Right.
well, we're waiting to begin, and we're waiting for the action. And this one I'm looking forward to, Dmitry Andreikin against Peter Lekko. I have to.
Right. So who else we have? We have Ponomarev playing Korobov,
Yes.
which is inter-Ukraine match, and then we have Dominguez playing Mamedov, and Dominguez is a recent American addition, and we have
Then Vidit against Rapport,
right.
and Bu Jiangji against Ivan Cheparinov, and of course Gawain Jones from England against Boris Gelfand. I'm going to.
I'll have to go. This is a difficult pairing, but I'm gonna go with Boris on this one because I played him so many times, and he is a great player and a great person.
And of course, for the women's section, we have 16 of the finest women's players. Really fantastic players. We have Lei Tingjie, top seed against the former women's world champion Antonetta Stefanova. Again, they've never actually played each other, so that's going to be a very difficult one to call.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I completely forgot that. Then we also have Ushenina playing against Muzachuk, which is another inter-Ukraine match.
And Kostenyuk against Harika Dronavali. Kostenyuk, of course, is well known for her speed chess.
Yes, and Harika has been recently married, so that's a big important factor in her favor.
Yeah. And then we have Bodnaruk against Gunina, all Russian match. We have a lot of inter-country matches this round. So there's a nice baptism of fire.
Absolutely.
And Abdulmalik against Irina Krush, and they actually played each other in the Cairns Cup, so they've only played each other once, and in that particular, it was a classical game, but in that particular game, Irina was, and there we have some moves.
Here we go.
And let's have a walk and look at the top. So Wang Hao has opened with c4,
Yeah,
c4, e6,
go ahead.
Yep.
And this is English opening, so let's take a look at the other games. We have a lot of action coming in the Ponomarev versus Korobov, which is Sicilian.
Okay.
Then we also have some interesting, I guess, maybe. So, well, we have English opening in the Liquan game, and we have Dominguez versus Mamedov Sicilian Sveshnikov, which is recently.
Yeah. Shall we go with this game, or shall we stick with? Shall we perhaps let's follow the top? I think.
Yeah.
A little bit from a few moves.
Let's do that.
So we have now we're into a Catalan. Nice solid start from Wang Hao. Very difficult opening to actually play against as black. So.
This opening does require a lot of theory, knowledge of theory and middle game. It's been a lot of games played, and again, this opening has been made popular thanks to a huge effort by Vladimir Kramnik, in part. And for some reason, they're still in the first stages of the game. So let's.
I guess we're coming to the critical decision. Do you take the pawn right now?
Yeah.
Take the pawn, or will you?
Well, I don't know. Fedoseev is
play
the kind of player
my
that.
personal favorite is to give throwing this check, just displace the bishop on c1 to stop it coming to b2 so easily.
Right.
Or in fact,
Take on c4.
take on c4.
It's a completely different plan for in both cases, but in the game they went for the old main line,
The
which
old
is
main line, bishop e7.
It's considered to be very solid, and I can understand the top players. They usually want to start the first round without any surprises on a solid note, just to get into the rhythm of the game, like marathon runners, right?
Yeah.
They don't sprint; they just start slow, and then they gain slowly small advantage and try to win based on that advantage.
It's a slightly unusual time control, I have to say as well. I mean, it is quite standard for for FIDE events, but it is somewhat unusual in that it's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds. So it's kind of in between blitz and rapid. So
Exactly. I mean, the old rapids were considered to be 25 minutes per game,
Yeah.
including the increment. And I myself played both time controls, and I have to say that 15-minute rapid game is almost like a blitz game.
Yeah,
so it's
it's
definitely
fun.
not enough time.
yes.
So it will be very.
So sometimes it might be interesting to take the battle into the middle game as opposed to the.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And sometimes very interesting. It's just to wait for your opponent to get in time trouble and then mix things up.
Yeah. It's a good strategy, I think. Cause them to panic. So yeah, we have a very solid.
Okay, so while they're still playing the
Yes.
main line, let's take a look again at the Mamedov game versus Dominguez versus Mamedov in the Sveshnikov, because these guys have been blitzing out their moves. Both are famous specialists in the blitz game, especially. And I just wanted to point out this game because I play the system as white
Okay.
a lot of my games. And one of the ideas for white is simply to make a fortress on the white squares, put the bishop on f3, rook on d1, knight on d5, the second knight is willing to go to e3, and just hold the position.
And just use the d5
and
square.
slowly
Yeah.
use a square and provoke black into playing g6, f5, with the idea of then using the weaknesses that black creates, because he needs to compensate for the weakness of his pawn on d6. And usually black tries to counter that by playing b5, b4, and forcing white to play c4 and then play b3. In this case, black tries to go for immediate equalization by trading white's strongest piece, which is knight on d5. And the position is considered to be roughly equal, but again, this position doesn't allow black player much activity.
Yeah.
He has to be very solid, he has to be very patient, and there are no tactical or dynamic nuances in this position. So I think actually Mamedov, he is more of an active player, and this position less suits him than Lenier, who is playing on the white side. So I would place my bets on the white player at this point.
Yeah, Lenier is very solid. He likes his small edges, and but Carlsen has been using the Sveshnikov in recent years to win. Well, in recent times to win.
Yeah, but I think Carlsen can play just any opening and win. So it has less to do with the opening.
That is true. He is in a class of his own. Shall we have a look? Shall we continue our walks? And
Go ahead, pick your.
can I pick Gawain Jones against
Okay,
Boris
let's
Gaff, just
let's
to.
pick that game. Actually, I'm confused. Which opening is that?
This has come from, so we can run through the
Yeah.
opening moves very quickly. So e45, and it comes from Petrov.
Petrov.
Yeah.
Okay, Petrov. Actually, Boris has been known to play Petrov when he was younger, and he
Yes.
played. I think the first 40 years of his life, he played a lot of Sicilians, and mostly Najdorf,
Yeah.
d6. But later he switched to Petrov, which is more solid system, of course. And I think black seems to be okay here because he's got two bishops. Some can say that black's pawn formation, the center c5, d5 is slightly vulnerable, especially the d5 pawn. But with the absence of white's light squared bishop, I don't quite see how white can put a pressure there, unless he's trying to go for b4 and create additional pressure on the c5 pawn. But at this point, I'm thinking the position is very close to equal, and I would think that it's very likely the game would result in a draw.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, this bishop, I like this light square bishop, it has a nice potential. But I can see that there is going to be problems, perhaps some pressure, maybe some pressure on d5, this weak point on d5. Shall we have a quick look at, let's have a look at the women's section and on top board. And Lei Ting-jae against Antonetta Stefanova. And we see one of these g6 loses.
This is actually a very popular system lately.
Yes.
Black just goes for knight g7, d6, and white plays d4, black takes on d4, knight a5, c5, and it becomes sort of a Benoni. And white's bishop is on c2, and black is already have c5 and b5 played in. Usually in Benoni, black doesn't get to play b5, so white usually...
Wait, can you just show us the moves?
Okay, so let's pretend the bishop goes to b3.
Okay, yeah.
Then knight g7, and white usually plays d4 here. Black takes, and then castles. And for example, white plays h3, d6, and we go for knight c3, bishop c2, and c5.
Oh, okay, so c5 and then...
and if white plays d5, then this is essentially Benoni structure.
But a great Benoni.
Yeah, but it is seems to be great for black because he got b5 in.
Yeah, exactly, because normally when you stop this as white, you stop at any
So this
b5,
system actually experiences resurgence of popularity, and I'm not sure. Again, there is a lot of theory involved, and but Antoinette played d6, and white plays a4, and it becomes more of a traditional Spanish with g6. So that will be interesting. What else we have? Oh, we have some Dutch. Let's go to see the Dutch Kastinyuk against Harika.
A Dutch.
A Dutch, yeah. A great fighting opening.
Yes.
I actually played Dutch myself quite a few times, and I had some important wins with it. And I like the system because it's a mix between Grunfeld defense and the King's Indian.
Yes.
One of the main advantages of playing the Dutch for black is that in King's Indian, black plays knight f6, and he plays e5, and then tries an eternity to go for f5 break, while in the Dutch defense, black already plays e5 in the first move, and then all he has to do is to play e5. And then he reaches a very good King's Indian. So the only problem is that he already declares his intentions, and white can actually try to use it to his advantage. In this particular case, Kastinyuk successfully manages to deploy her forces on the queen side using her pawn majority and gain a spatial advantage, which could be critical. So this is actually a very interesting positional strategic battle, I would say.
It's nice with b4 because I think it would be quite nice at some stage, perhaps, to push on with the pawn with b5. And,
absolutely, yeah.
And I have to admit, I'm very scornful of the Dutch. I don't like it. I don't like it.
You don't like Dutch?
I don't, even though I have lost against it a few times. I don't like it. I always kind of joke. The problem with the Dutch is that you can't move pawns backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good point. But in this case, I'm quite curious.
No, here it's a little bit different.
Yeah, but I'm very curious about white's f pawn being on f3. That's not the usual position for such pawn.
No, okay. So we can have a quick look at how this position occurred. So it came from a classical Dutch and d5.
Okay.
Knight a6.
Right.
Knight d4. Knight c5. So Leningrad.
I think knight c5 is rare. I think bishop d7, because this system has been championed by Panchenko, which is a famous GM from Russia, and he played bishop d7 here with the idea to go with c6, and knight is developed to c7 actually, not to c5 in such positions. So knight c5 was slightly strange. I would say...
Isn't this similar to the Stockfish, the Alpha Zero Stockfish game?
Really?
Yeah, Alpha Zero.
That game. I'm not familiar with that game. How do you go?
I saw something very similar to this, where it wasn't. And Stockfish was playing white, and Alpha Zero just had the easier plan. That was the whole thing. White had a nice, comfortable edge, but no plan.
I see. Actually, they actually have a computer championship right now, and Alpha Zero is playing it against Stockfish in the finals. So I was looking at the game some today, and it was incredible games. Okay, so knight e4, knight e4, and that's why white plays f3 after bishop b2, probably, yes?
Bishop b2.
c6, takes,
and f3, knight
f3, knight f6, and now white plays knight b3. You know, it's a great prophylactic move. I like this move because, white avoids e5, followed by e4. She opens her bishop, and of course, black is now forced with the uncomfortable decision what to do now.
So what would be the plans then?
Well,
for both sides?
The standard plan for black is to play e5 and push for e4, try to close white's bishop on g2.
Even
but
at the cost
here it's impossible. Yeah.
Right.
So, and the other natural plan for black usually in such positions is to push the kingside pawn, because that's where black is stronger. He's got bishop c8, knight f6, bishop g7, two bishops, queen, rook, and knight, working on the king side. So that's where they're stronger.
Yes.
That's why usually black plays on the king side. But in this particular case, I don't see how she can do it. Maybe she can play g5, f4.
Or maybe just
f4
yeah,
immediately.
F perhaps that's too ambitious.
f4 is very ambitious.
It's too ambitious. Okay, yes, not exactly now, but
I mean, for white, it's much more comfortable to play because you have a very clear plan. You just go for a4, b5, and just yogi set, and then queen
Yeah.
c2, rook d1.
Queen c2, rook d1. Yeah.
it looks completely great for him. So white has a very comfortable game, and let's check what do we have. Fighting games. Do you have anything of interest? I would say let's just go over each game quickly. And
Okay,
then,
let's do that,
Yeah.
and let's go to Gunina. So Bodnaruk against Gunina, because Valentina Gunina is very famous for her uncompromising style,
Yeah.
very aggressive.
Absolutely. Although I have to admit, French is not one of my specialties.
No, this is the Caro.
This is Caro. Okay, Caro is very close to French, and I just heard today that Ivy said she's a great specialist in Caro defense. So let's hear some of your thoughts on this position.
On this position, on this particular position,
Yeah.
it's a little bit dangerous for black.
Yeah, because
I
white.
have, because of I'm a little bit concerned about this king side, because I mean I feel that black has all the long-term trumps at the minute.
Right.
If black can survive
Mm-hmm.
this, then I think it will be standing very, very well. You know, we'll have the C line and has the D4 pawn as a weakness. But okay, for the time being, that's in the future, and the present day there are some problems.
Right.
But how dangerous is it? So
Well, usually the evaluation goes like this. We look at how strong is each piece, and then we look at the total structure and potential plans for improvement. If it seems that white is really playing for early aggression and checkmate, as you said, if she doesn't deliver, then she's facing big problems. And the only way for white to play for a win here is to try to go for knight h5 and then followed by f4, f5.
very crude. Okay, so
Yeah.
I can't help.
But I don't see any other plan really, except of course now there is a concrete tactical threat of playing knight takes d5, using the fact that black's d7 knight is unprotected. So that might be a small tactical finance here.
Well, she's just ignored it all and.
Who is playing? Gunin is playing.
Gunina, yeah. She's ignored the danger and grabbed the
she
grab
just
material.
grabs the pawn, and
Which could work, but well, you know, the queen can come to c2 if need be.
yeah, but I'm scared of rook
back.
b1 and
Yeah.
allowing white's rook to basically penetrate the 7th rank.
Okay, so which rook are you going to
Rook
put?
ab1.
Rook ab1, right.
ab1 has to go, and now black is faced with a choice what to do with the queen.
And it's tempting to go, I'm going to grab some.
More pawns?
Yeah.
You can grab more pawns, really.
well, the option is maybe okay, queen c. Or
Yeah.
with the hand queen a. I have to be a little bit careful now because I have to defend.
Yeah, but queen c2 doesn't look right. Rook
No.
fc1 and just gives me a tempo. Yeah,
No,
so,
I know.
so black is actually have to take the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, let's take the pawn.
Rook
and,
takes b7. Another
let's-
question.
Can I just okay? So let's get rid of that rook.
Yeah, because if you do that, then white can take on a7 and take on e6.
Take
I
on
think.
a6.
Yeah, take on a7 first, take on a6.
And I thought I had cleverly defended against your.
And black probably has to take, recapture, queen takes, and this is actually a fascinating position because
Yeah.
black has bishop b4,
Yep.
excuse me, queen d7, bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, and queen takes a7, and let's say rook f4. Just going for that
Yeah, just
pawn d4. Fascinating position because if white plays e6, then black probably has to play rook e4 and try to recapture this pawn.
Yeah.
So
But maybe black is okay because this rook on f1 just cannot get into the game.
yeah, I think this is roughly equal actual position. So, but let's see how. Okay, so this is an interesting game. We'll have to return to it later.
Yes,
let's
we'll come
keep
back
going.
and let's have a look at. Shall we go to
Next game?
Elizabeth Pates against Tang Zhongyi? The reason I say this is because Tang Zhongyi is a little bit of a nightmare opponent for Elizabeth.
Oh, really?
They've played 6 games in this
Okay.
in previous events before, and Elizabeth has lost every single one.
Really?
So, how do you face those kind of
horrid
Terrible,
personal demons.
Yes.
Yeah, and I have to say that White's position doesn't inspire much confidence in me. Because
Okay.
Black has very strong pawn center. She has great attacking rooks on the king side, and powerful bishops which are looking to attack White's king. And I'm really scared for White here. I definitely wouldn't like to play this position as White. I mean, this seems like to be something from the London system. I mean, the structure
It
looks...
is from
yeah.
the London system.
So, and I play London system, and this is the structure that I really don't like to face when I'm playing White.
There's a lot of potential for Black.
Yeah, I mean, White has to be really careful here. She probably has to start thinking about running with her king to the queen side
Already?
at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's like playing queen d2, knight e3, and then getting ready for king f1, e2, rook h1, and starting to run like Forrest Gump.
Run, king, run. Yeah, I have a
Black
kind of
plays
nickname for
probably
this.
something like bishop d7 maybe, and then
Yeah.
queen d2, and
Bishop d7, and
Yeah. yeah, but Black definitely has all the trumps here. One of the best places for knight for Black's knight is to be on d6 in this position. He'll
Yeah.
control everything, and yeah. I don't see any.
No, I agree.
I don't like
agree.
White's
This looks
Yeah,
like a great
this is
position
why
for
London
Black.
system is rarely played at the top level, because it's being played at every level now. There's so many books written on it, and people just know how to face it
Yeah.
and how to play it. It's no longer a surprise weapon. Okay.
Shall we revisit the top? So let's revisit Wang Hao against Fedoseev, and
Right.
let's see if there's any progress has been made in the Catalan. And
And seems to be completely equal.
it does. It does. It's a well. What can I say? The Queen's Gambit decline is a very hard opening to crack.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at the two very solid players. Actually, I would call them two very combative players, but they decided to play safe, knowing each other. I think, you know what happened? Is that they probably each was waiting for his opponent to do something proactive, to go for this crazy kind of chess. And nobody did. And in the end, it becomes something like this. Very positional, very slow game. A lot of exchanges coming up on the c file.
You say the vacuum cleaner is going to come in.
Yeah, except that there is a small threat of bishop h7 sometimes here.
Okay, yeah, okay. There is a problem here.
Yeah, those little tricks, they still
Okay,
work at the
but
top level. Yeah.
Yeah, well, in Blitz and of course with jet lag happening, you could. But okay, is the position so clear cut? For instance, I mean, you did point out that there's a kingside attack here. There's the bishop coming to h7, and how do I defend against that? Because the queen can't easily cross over. I mean, one of the things that I was taught as a youngster is that you attack. A sign for you to attack on the king side is when when your opponent's queen is caught on the queen side. It's not easy for her to transfer over. And so here you have a situation where the queen just can't get over to assist
That
her
is
king.
true. That is true.
So
But h6 seems to be pretty
h6,
logical.
and I'm just wondering whether you could, go king g2, and on a fine day,
Knight g5, sack the knight, put
knight
the rook on.
g5. Yeah, okay. I was
on the
thinking
h
g4
file,
because
yeah.
I like pawn rolling, but
Yeah, it might
well,
work.
knight g5, but I like knight g5
Yeah,
as well.
because if black's c6 knight leaves to e7, then white's knight goes to e5.
Yeah.
Then becomes real unpleasant.
Yes.
There is a big difference in bishops here. White's bishop on d3 is very powerful compared to black's bishop on b7, which is stuck looking at his own pawn on d5. So that's one of the nuances of this
Yes.
position, which I think is very important, actually. That small...
And we also have to, because it's a rapid game, we also have
Yeah.
to look at the time difference, because, Wang Hao is very comfortable with 10 minutes on the clock. Fedoseev, 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely the position that white player has...
Has something to bite on, yeah.
Absolutely.
And can we just check on board 2, because
Yeah.
I see there's a white pawn on f6, and I'm curious as to
Yep.
what is happening here.
Yeah, exactly. What happened
So,
here?
Le Kuan Yem against Yu Yang Yi again. The Queen's Gambit declined.
Uh-huh. And what is
happening?
This is an exciting endgame.
This knight on e8 is just...
Yeah, he's walking his own rook on f8. However, if black manages to get this pawn on f6, he'll be completely fine. The problem is can just white play f4? Probably not. So white's bishop has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
But where? Where does he go?
I'm gonna go all the way back to a1.
All the way back to a1,
Yeah,
because then black
no
can
shame.
just play rook takes a3.
Yes.
And now the knight is coming to b4 with the idea of knight c2 check. And if knight e4, knight b4, right? White doesn't have time for that. So I'm thinking white's plan is actually trying to go for h5.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I like to push pawns, so I was thinking h5.
Yeah.
And then the case say, can you ignore me? And
Yeah, that's an interesting play by white. I mean, can just white go and play h takes on g6, h take on g6 and knight e6, for example? Just sack the knight, because if black accepts and after rook takes g6, king f7, like bishop h5 even, starts to look really messy.
And what happens if I also sacrifice because my rook's not doing very much and I have active pieces?
Yeah.
Could I? Oh, no, I can't. No, I can't. No.
What do you mean?
No, I wanted to sacrifice. No, doesn't work. Don't worry. I wanted to take with the f pawn, but then I forgot this. Knight takes e6. No, and that would be a blunder.
It's complicated. So you see, he went for this because otherwise he is just worse. So there's a lot of tactical.
So we have this position on the board. So and knight b4.
And what about time? They're both about equal on time.
They're both about equal. Yeah, 7 minutes apiece.
Yeah. So king f1. Wow. White thinks he can afford time just to simply move his king out of the danger zone. Because if knight c2, then bishop goes to e5, and I feel that black actually has to accept the gauntlet and sacrifice an a1 and take on f6, and just accept that he's worse.
You should think he should just
give up an exchange. Maybe.
Give up the exchange right now.
Yeah, because his rook on f8 is not playing at all. And
it needs to.
And he's facing very strong risks to his king. Okay,
but
so
is this position so? I'm just a bit concerned that the rooks. There are some open lines for the rooks too.
Yeah, definitely white has an advantage.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but it's the matter of can black do something better than that, and I don't see it. So that would be my suggestion, especially for the practical game, is to give up an exchange for a pawn, which is not that, and black goes for it. Yes, he has to.
Yes, he has to. Okay.
It's the best practical chance, in my opinion. And because knight on b4 is very strong, and now the rest of minor pieces are very strong for black. And if his knight can get to e4, then it becomes really unclear. I would suspect white would probably have to play rook a5 at some point to tie up black's defenses to protection of his c5
pawn.
What about the other? I would say that Andreikin Leko looks like a draw, which is we're not going to talk about Leko and draws here.
No.
But
I had an interesting chat with him on the coach where he was saying he finds it no problem to draw against Magnus Carlsen.
Really?
Yeah, everyone else. Yeah, no problem.
What is his secret?
However, the downside to this is that he struggles to beat lower-rated opponents, and it's very stressful for him. So, I would like to see the next tournament game between Leko and Magnus. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they've had some. Okay, so here we expect 1, 2, just to count. First of all, count the pawns, and we expect this one probably to end in a draw.
Yeah.
Quite quickly.
And we're going to expect a draw in Ponomarev versus Korbov game as well, because it's a bishop endgame.
Yes.
Black is slightly better because of white's weak h3 pawn, but I don't think that's much of a cause of concern to lose the game, although that gives black a certain advantage.
Okay, so the fact that I have an outside pass pawn, because we always thought that the outside pass pawn
it is, but it is
superior.
blocked here, and black has a clear plan of playing h5, h4, and then followed by f5, g4, try to break through. Which in this case is probably not going to happen because white's bishop on f3, he's taking care of the h5 square, and if black's bishop lives to f7, then white's bishop immediately transfers to the g4 diagonal, which forces the game into the pawn endgame, which is what white wants.
So we expect a draw to
Yeah, so we
happen
expect a
there.
draw here as well.
And Dominguez against Mamedov, which was your Sveshnikov.
Yeah, it was Sveshnikov, but I think Black got a fantastic version of this Sveshnikov because he got everything he could ever want. He got e4 pawn. He opened his f file for the rook. He's got active dark squared bishop, and if Black manages to put that dark squared bishop on c5, he has basically won the game because the pressure on the white's f2 pawn is just it's going to be very, very hard to meet.
Yeah,
That's the reason why he put his queen on a7, because that queen indirectly hits the f2 pawn. Black might consider ways to double his rooks on that file and go for that rook takes f2, bishop takes e3 potential thing. Looking at the time, White is facing also additional time pressure.
4 minutes against 4.5 minutes against 5.5 minutes. So yeah, and of course, Ralph Mamedov, as you said, is a very active player. He's going to thrive in this kind of position. Absolutely.
So yeah, it seems like Lanier was caught a little bit unprepared on this line. So what happens in the report? We avoided this game completely. So let's take a look at these young fellows. So one is very famous Hungarian, very attractive, how to say this, dynamic player, and the other guy is a young Indian kid, and they both play like professional chess players. They play a very solid chess game.
Well, one is pushing and the other one is holding, I would say. This is what I call the Gandalf approach. One says, Gandalf comes and says,
really?
"You shall not
Because I
pass."
heard that Boris Gelfand was called Gandalf, actually.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, but Black is simply holding, holding, and he holds.
He has to hold.
He has to hold, and there's nothing for
That's
it.
why it's called Gandalf,
Yes,
because he said in the movie,
yeah,
right?
Exactly, thou shalt not pass. And
Yeah.
that's,
They shall not.
they shall not.
Yes. So what's going on in? Let's take a look at the Bu Xianqi.
This is one game we didn't.
Yeah, because he's definitely a local player, and he's one of my favorites because this guy he used to be incredibly talented and strong player, top 10 player in the world, and then he kind of got out of sight until he actually beat the reigning world champion, the World Cup.
Yeah. Okay.
That was him.
Okay.
He beat him when the Magnus actually became world champion. He played in the World Cup to demonstrate that his willingness to play everybody.
Yes.
And then he dramatically lost the match to this young man, and he got knocked out of the finals. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. No, it's nice to see. But here, Bu seems to be. Well, he's a pawn up.
He seems to be pawn up.
He's a pawn up. Yeah. I didn't count pawns. At first, I thought perhaps he was on the worst side, but then once I counted, yes.
And he's
Okay,
he's a great defender. I remember playing against him was like playing against it was nightmare.
But this bishop d3 just allows a whole load of simplifications. That is going.
I'm actually surprised because White can take twice, play rook c2 and king f2,
Yes.
and then
He
just
should take once.
yeah. So that bishop d3 was an incredibly
It was.
strange decision.
Yeah, it doesn't
by
make any
Ivan.
sense.
But you know why? Because maybe White only has 1 minute compared to 7 minutes, and
Yeah, but
he took a gamble. But
that's then I would prefer to keep the pieces on the board.
exactly.
Because there you can generate some.
So
let's,
that was
let's look. Bishop
very
d3.
very strange decision by Black. And I would say that
I can generate something. I have some hopes of.
yep. And
Yeah.
Black is facing a difficult task of defending this endgame.
And if we
Wow,
actually
what
have
a-
these moves on the board.
What do
So
we have in Lei Tenji versus Stefanova?
Let's
It's
have a look here.
Incredible.
Wow.
We have incredible dynamic. I have no idea what's going on here. Position.
Yeah, I have. Both players have 2.5 minutes, and wow, what a position to have 2.5 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. People have been known to sacrifice whole rooks in such positions for the power of
And here there's no.
advantage for initiative, right? White has to take on b4, obviously, and then the question is, what is Black going to do? Because pawn on d5 is hanging, and if Black cannot play d4 because pawn on e4 will be hanging.
It takes the pawn.
Yeah, so if knight c6 and bishop f8 and queen d5, so again, that doesn't work.
We can take with the bishop, but.
So I would suspect maybe bishop e6 or bishop f5, yeah, just to hold the defenses as you mentioned before. Maybe bishop e6, yeah?
Bishop e6, yeah, hold
whole defenses, and I don't know. This is a mess. This is an exciting game.
Is quite a materialistic player. I know this from my games against her. She grabs pawns where I thought it's not possible to grab, but here. So I don't think we're going to see her sacrifice.
So she specializes in grabbing impossible pawns.
Right. She's a great defender, you know, but.
Which is actually a trait of many Chinese players. I know. They're great defenders. And in a game where you have short time controls, defending accurately is a great skill.
Yes. So knowing Stefanova, it might be that she just grabs this ball. So you grab her one. I grab
B2.
Yeah, but okay.
But that will be too much. That will be too much.
No, you think?
Yeah, I think because. But maybe who knows? Maybe you're correct. This is incredible, really, position. I would actually consider playing knight takes d5 here because of hanging rook on f8.
Okay.
So now you see a lot of things are happening and hanging.
Yes.
And I think
kind of
Antonetta specializes in this kind of chess.
She does. She does. Yeah.
So they both playing chess exactly the way they like. One is grabbing pawns, and the other one is
I think
creating a mess.
Bishop e6 is.
Actually, she played bishop d4 already. So.
Okay, bishop d4.
So that was a nice intermediate move. Counter-attacking white's pawn on f2, protecting d5 pawn. Actually, it's a great move. I really like it. And white is probably have to play rook e2 followed by bishop a4. And black is trying to probably get the rook a7, get to f7, then she'll be...
Yeah, but how to get there? I have to...
Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at some other games where we have some excitement. I see some positional games.
I see, yes. Shall we...
Oh, go pick.
Yes, I was going to pick. I was just going to quickly revisit Gunina against Bodnaruk, the Caracan, just to see how that one's panned out.
And white's rook is on the 7th rank.
And
black has his D passer.
Yes.
Which is interesting.
I think black is doing okay, doing very well here.
Well, I think black is doing okay, but I don't see how she can.
Well, I do have a problem with this bishop. I mean,
bishop on a3.
Yeah, the bishop on a3.
That either works out by black playing knight c2 followed by bishop b4, or.
So I just was looking at the previous moves. So I just had to see d4, bishop f4. And then, the bishop came to g3, just to kind of get a idea of what she was thinking. So she maybe's...
She's thinking bishop
h4 to bishop f6.
Makes sense, yeah. That makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. Grab.
Okay.
You mean grab.
Okay. And bishop h4.
And...
rook has to go to g8. Actually,
no, you can also go rook b8.
Or rook d5, and because
d5,
black has bishop f8, yeah? So that was the point. Black actually opened up his bishop to go to f8. And now black is better.
Yes.
Yeah. So, as you mentioned before, black had some long-term advantages, and the less pieces are on the board, the more problems white has. So, let's see what happens in the other games. As we mentioned before, Elizabeth Path has run into serious problems with white.
Yeah, we just quickly look at that position. Yeah,
and we had the Jagniza game. She already beat...
we already have a decisive result. Okay,
so... local player. So let's see what happened here.
This looks a little bit like a massacre. So Nana
let's look from the opening. So what happened?
Okay, so rather unusually, Nana actually played e4. Nana is not an e4 player.
I don't know Nana so well. So.
Yeah, she's kind of like a tricky knight f3, d4 player.
Okay. Also have French.
Yeah.
This is fighting French line. I like that line.
And then.
So h4. This is definitely more than chess. You know, usually the way I was taught to play chess is to develop pieces first.
Yeah.
And black is just pushing her pawns. Wow.
And then
long castles and h3, g4.
97. Okay.
But how is black going to develop his queenside? I think that was the problem, because in the end, just looking quickly. g5, and black seems to be in trouble here.
Knight f6, and then it was
Right, and then the white gets knight e5 in.
yeah,
and
knight e5, and then
rook
the
goes
rook
to
to
g8.
g8, and a disaster.
And
Yeah.
black never managed. What happened after rook f6 here? Queen
No,
d5.
queen
But why not
d5
rook
happened.
f6? I'm not sure. Because bishop, queen b5 check, yeah. c6,
Yeah.
knight c6, queen d7, rook g8, rook c8, queen b4,
Okay,
something like
so
that.
rook f6, queen b5,
c6, knight c6, black has to play queen d7, now rook g8, and queen b4.
Yes, it's
And
just
looks-
horrible.
Looks bad.
Yeah. So
Okay.
shall we?
Yeah.
So that wasn't a great
So
success
that,
for
that
modern chess there.
seems to work for white.
Let's revisit the because
boards?
now we're going into we're hitting time trouble here.
Yeah, that's the most exciting part of this.
Definitely, you know, Wang Hao is on 1 minute 17 seconds, and Vladimir Fedoseev is on 2 minutes. We are looking at an upset, right?
What do you mean?
Because Wang Hao is 2 pawns down.
Whose move is that? So black is 2 extra
I
pawns.
say upset. I
Yeah.
say upset in the sense that it's top seed versus top of the bottom. But you know, these are incredibly strong players. So
Yeah, I mean, this is unusual. What happened here, I wonder? Rook d8. Yeah, black seems to be just controlling everything.
what a turnaround! From
Yeah,
a position
I
where
would,
we
I
thought
would
that
say
white was
that
pushing.
the first round has its certain magic. You know, people not being in the form yet, they're not hitting their form, and they're just playing solid chess while making some inaccurate moves. Because some positions you cannot just play slow chess. You have to know when to do the right attacking move, for example.
No, I mean here I can just. White has. I mean, white perhaps would be able to do something if. Okay, well here you. No, they have f5.
F5, and then white's rook is not played.
No, well, exactly. That's the whole problem.
And queen e5 even. Black can play queen e5, but why? He can just
Can
play
I
b4,
can I
b3.
roll the dice and just go? Well, that's what I would do.
Yeah, but again, black can just play queen e5 and transfer the game to the rook endgame.
And that's curtains.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
seems
that
to-
would
seems
be
to
that would
seems
be
to
the end of the game.
Seems to be good for black. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're right. Black certainly has turned the tables. So we're looking at the win for the black player. So we have 2 draws for men.
Yeah.
Andreikin versus Lek is a draw.
Yeah, as we
Ponomarev,
predicted.
Korobov is a draw.
As a draw, yeah.
And we have Lek Wang playing versus Yu Yang. And that was the game
This
where
was-
black had to sacrifice his exchange
Yeah.
to stay alive. And I would say that black has no compensation anymore. Because
No.
white just picks up the c5 pawn, then he picks up the a pawn, and he will be in exchange up with no compensation at all. So we're looking at the decisive result for white player.
For white, so Lequan. So not a great start for the Chinese players.
Yeah. Okay. So what else we have? And in the battle of the youngsters, Vidit versus Rapport, we're looking at the draw. It seems because black will play rook a5, and white's bishop returns. He plays back to rook a4 and tries to neutralize white's king ascension to the queen side. But white is trying very hard to get his king to b4, c5. If he can
So you
break
think
there,
white
he'll
is the one definitely pushing, right?
Yeah, white is definitely pushing. The only question, can he win this game? It's a very difficult question because white can combine threats on the queen side, right?
But also now, well, for instance, in the game now, he's abandoned his king side. So
Yeah. So if white can pick up the pawn on g6 followed by pawn on h5, he will be just completely winning.
right.
And that's exactly what seems to be happening because black is not in time, I think, to play king c7, b6, and then play rook a3, take on g3. So that seems like white is should be very close to winning this game.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong again. So what happened? Oh, Gelfand beat.
Gelfand beats Gawain,
That
the
was
English dragon.
that was interesting. Again, last seconds everywhere on each board, and let's take a quick look at.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so,
So-
what happened? We saw the opening.
Yeah, we saw the opening,
It
and
was Petrov.
yeah, and I think we left it at round about c6.
No, it was the c5.
Sorry, yeah, we left it round about
Yeah. Well, just
c5.
yeah.
Okay, d1, bishop f5.
Queen. B5.
Yeah, but I think if you swap into an endgame.
That was not definitely the way to go.
No, I would have kept my pieces on the board.
Yeah, but maybe he did.
No, he took the queens.
Oh, he took the queen. And
yeah,
of
he
course
took the queen and then.
King c6.
But
problem.
I think black doesn't have any problems.
Oh, he just actually sacrificed the pawn. Really? So black just played pawn down.
Oh.
That is impressive. Black just sacrificed pawn to get his two bishops in the endgame, judging correctly that the extra pawn doesn't really play that of a huge role here.
Aha.
So that
yeah, I was going to say it was because of bishop e6.
Incredible
then,
strategic decision by Boris.
Yeah, I thought his idea was to go bishop e6, but no, of course not. He's f6.
Yeah, and very powerful bishops, followed by probably advancing of the pawns on the queen side by black. You know, opening the files, the diagonals for the bishops.
Okay, let's quickly.
Yeah,
we can't spend too long because there's.
Okay, f5 and take a4, a3 the threat.
Yeah.
And then the second pawn comes, and b2 pawn is the
target. Yeah.
So take and okay,
and
right,
there
clear
it
advantage
is.
for black. Yeah.
Okay.
So that was incredible practical decision by Gelfand, which showed his deep understanding of the position. And what happened? What else happened? And suddenly Gunina won in that fantastic game.
Yep, she.
In that French position, but her endgame was already better. We have seen it.
Yeah, and Stefanova and Leighton J, so they're on seconds, and it's a queen versus two rooks.
Yeah, but
so
black also has two extra pawns, so definitely an advantage.
We'll be pressing for the.
Definitely an advantage for black here.
Although white can probably do a fortress, right? And it's difficult to. I'm just thinking if you could sit on the third rank with your two rooks and. Not do too much.
It's still not quite so easy because black has a clear plan of pushing her pawns with the king. Yeah. If the king advances and the pawns are rolling, it's difficult for white to stop it.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what else happened.
And let's have a look at Anno Shenina against Mazichuk. That's an ending.
Opposite color bishops.
Opposite color bishops. Never that easy with rooks on the board.
Yeah. And rook f6, and it seems to be like a draw.
Yes.
Yes. The opposite color bishops usually never fail. Kastinyuk is playing in the seconds, on her last seconds against Harika.
This is, yeah.
And we have another two rooks versus queen. What is this? This is amazing.
Yeah.
It's such a rare
and exactly, and it's also rare that the queen has the advantage. Normally, it's like the two rooks are superior. But
and again, queen and two pawns versus two rooks. This is deja vu. Abdumalik beat Crush. And Wang Hao is still fighting. Actually, he's got some chances now.
Okay, so let's
take a look at the back.
Let's go back and.
I wouldn't say that he's got too many chances though, because that b pawn is rolling and white's rook is stuck on the first rank, protecting the mate.
Yes, I can't move that.
So white's only chance
is
h5 is the only chance. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but then you can always diffuse any danger with queen g4 jack. That's the bailout.
And then.
Swap queens.
And then rook goes to b5 behind the pawn.
Yeah, and then the king would.
King comes in, and and white is probably will lose this game. And what else are we having? What else is happening? Dominguez won.
Dominguez won.
Wow,
okay.
What happened? He probably tricked himself out because black had such an excellent position. What happened? How did this happen? Yeah, black's rook on h5 is completely trapped. Lenier is a trickster. You know, he plays this very positional chess, and then he blazes in the tactical line, and boom, what happened?
Boom, yeah. So we left it when
the black pawn was in e4, and rook a b1, a4, Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
we left it at this.
Right. Yeah, what happened here? So a4, bishop g4,
Rook a8.
rook a8 is really strange, but okay, take. Queen probably goes to bishop e5.
You know, he did your plan of rerouting the bishop to this
Okay,
F.
and rook e8. Everything looks pretty cool. Okay,
Bishop
bishop
d4.
d4. I'm not sure why black helped white to put the rook on e2, but okay. And then rook e1. Bishop c3 back.
Yeah, this is the thing, you know, maybe it's just a case that what black is better, but there's no concrete way how to.
Yeah, but I
Break
think it's
through.
more of a case that black simply had no time to think of how to further improve his
Well,
position.
sometimes it's a bit of frustrating. You know you're better and you can't see the clear way,
Yeah.
and so you're looking for concrete things, and
Exactly.
then you use a lot of time trying to calculate where you should.
Yeah, we should go, and then you blunder.
And then you blunder, yes.
Yeah.
And
That's what happened to me.
and then you scratch your head and you think, oh,
Yeah.
chess is hard. Queen e7, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it looks nice.
Looks advantage.
looks
I would say that the engine would be very happy for black here.
Yeah, bishop f3 looks all.
Rook h5. It's a little bit too early. A little bit too early.
Again, then queen e6, and then
Right.
then.
But okay, let's go back to the young kids game, Vidit versus Rappert.
Well, we have yeah.
What else you have?
No, it was just Wang Hao seemed to be fighting.
Oh my God! It's now a draw. What happened?
Oh,
How did he get this pawn on b4? It's incredible. The guys are playing on the seconds and they
And
blunder in
this
pawns.
is just a bad day at the office. So h5, and he followed my advice. Ooh.
Oh, but he played b3. This
yes,
is incredible.
Yeah, he played b3.
He should have played rook b5 and
Yeah,
then
rook
followed
b5
by
or-
queen g4 check, and
yes.
black is just winning.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Okay.
Or even something like rook c2, you know. But he played b3, and then after h5.
And of course, white gave up his h pawn for the b pawn. Now it's a draw.
Now it's.
So I would say that white player is an incredibly lucky player. And we predicted the draw result, if you guys all remember. We just didn't predict in this particular way, but it was to be a draw.
And Li Kuang Liam against Yu Yangyi.
And it seems incredible, but it seems to be heading to a draw as well. Because because of knight d2, knight takes c4 plan. And I just don't see how white can improve his position without giving up his last pawn. If black manages to capture that last pawn, it's just a theoretical draw.
Yes, this is also.
Yeah. But, okay, white already won in Vidit versus Rapport game, because white has 3 pawns and a bishop and a far advanced pawns, which is a decisive advantage for white. Okay, so let's go back to what we have still on board.
So we have still have Bu still playing, isn't he?
Yeah,
Bu versus Cheparinov.
Cheparinov,
And
yes.
again, we thought that was quite an elementary win for white.
Well, I wouldn't call it elementary, but
But it was
white was pushing.
White was pushing. Remember,
yeah.
white was a pawn up with
Yeah.
rook c2, king f2. Looked
Yeah, but
quite.
A and C pawns, they are considered to be drawish.
Yes.
For I'm not sure about this particular instance though, because black rook is trying to hold on to that pawn on h4, while white rook is very active, placed behind black's pawn. On the other hand, white has difficulty promoting his pawns, obviously, because anytime the king moves somewhere close to the pawn, black immediately checks him, and he will have to step
Right.
away from supporting the pawn.
Because I kind of envisage a situation where black goes rook h1 and then just pushes all the way to h.
You know, there is a game we haven't looked at, which
Okay.
is Bella Katanishvili versus Canero.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah, and it seems like black is winning, and in fact she is winning because there is a threat of rook f1
Rook
mate,
f1 mate and
and white is forced to give a check on c6 and play rook knight somewhere. But then, of course, black can just play bishop g3 and rook d2, and it looks to be completely
Yeah,
winning
this
for
looks-
black. So very powerful performance by the Indian
this
player.
looks absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we haven't seen Canero play in a long time, so I mean, at least I haven't seen her play in a long time, so I was very curious.
She came back to chess in 2018. She'd taken a break, a maternity break, and concentrating on family life. And
Canero?
yep,
Oh, she got married?
yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry, we're discussing some
Some gossip.
some gossip here, but
Chess gossip, yeah.
Okay, so bishop g3 in this game over because rook d2 made a huge threat. Yeah. Okay, what else? We have almost all the results except that two rooks versus
The two rooks versus the queen. I think they must be
Stefanova
still
agreed
going.
on a draw because white managed to place very active rooks on the sixth.
Okay, so
rank. That's helped. Ushenina is trying to win that opposite color bishop plus rook endgame, but certainly a tough one. Kostyuk
against Harika. So the rooks again have.
On the sixth rank also.
Yeah, but now this rook on
h6.
h6 is a little bit.
And white is going to play king e5 and f6, which
yeah,
is
and we'll hide behind the f5 pawn.
Yeah, so that definitely doesn't look good for the black player,
But
especially
still, there is a fortress happening.
Well, queen d8 check and f6 is coming. So, but rook a5 check.
Rook a5 check.
Queen a5. Rook h5.
So if I go f6 now.
I'll probably play queen d8 check first, but
okay,
you're right.
Queen d8 check first.
Queen d8, king b7, f6, and now.
Okay, so let's.
Rook a5 or rook h5.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one is first. Okay, it's been already played. So f6, rook a5, queen a5, rook h5, king e6, rook takes a5, f7, rook a8.
Okay, wait. So
king b7 seems to be draw. So that's why Kostyuk plays queen d5, and I don't really see the benefit of making that check. So
what about if I go h5?
I like that move, h5. It's a brilliant move.
And come round with my king, and then get it to the g5, and then.
Very good. And then queen f8 check and take on h6. Yeah, that looks. Yeah, that's brilliant chess. From my colleague h5, I haven't seen that move. And h5 is actually very strong, strong move. I like h5 a lot. Okay, what else?
So we have Yu Yang is still playing actually.
Yeah, but it's going to be definite draw because f2 is coming and white has to give up the rook for the knight.
Yep.
And there is no way unless white plays king d4 and start pushing his c pawn.
Let's have a look. Let's go to that game. So
right. So the only question, where does white king go?
Let's go to d4.
You want to go to d4 to shoulder away black's king?
Yeah, I want to.
Which is one of the rules in online games. So let's calculate this. King d4, f2, and then if you play c5, probably king f5, and then c6, king e6, right?
Yes, c6, king e6. Hang on, wait one
and
second.
King
but king c5, right? So go c6, king c5, and
queen probably has to be played. Rook takes, knight takes, king b6, and knight e3, and black's just in time to meet c7 with knight e5 check. That's why he plays king d5.
King d5, okay.
Yeah, and now black is
king
so
d5,
c5, and I don't know. This looks winning for white now. Something happened. I think white misplayed his position.
What happens if I just?
However, black can play knight f5.
Knight f5 because I want to sacrifice the knight.
And just.
Yeah,
but but black is in time to play knight c4 anyway. So c6, knight e3 check, king e6.
No, c6. I want to play knight e7 check.
Yeah, but now knight e3 in either knight f5 for e7 or knight c4 b6. It's a draw.
Okay, I just wanted to sacrifice my.
Yeah.
Give it 100. Make it 100% draw.
Yeah, you like to sacrifice stuff.
No. No. My coach always says to me, no. You have to sacrifice more.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like king d6. Okay, it's a draw. It's a draw game, and we have the remaining game is between Kostyuk and Ushenina, right?
Okay.
There's only 2 games currently in progress, and I think white is going for that h5 plan, and she goes with the king g5 first. But I think that's a mistake because if rook c6 and then black can play h6 check, yeah.
So Kostyuk against. Okay, so she's gone king g5.
Yeah, so maybe white is forced to play f6 here, actually. but then take on a5 and rook f5. Ah, queen h7, rook a5.
And queen takes h7.
Yeah, but this is winning for white, obviously, because the h pawn is coming.
Now the h pawn just rolls down.
Yeah, she played. She had to play rook c6 and give up the h7 pawn probably. Yeah, she couldn't.
So now I think this one is quite.
Yeah, so this one, white managed to green down her advantage.
And Maria Mazichuk.
And
that will finish in a draw.
In a draw in a few seconds, yes.
Yes.
White tried last trick in that endgame in 95, and now it's a draw. So we successfully reached the end of the first round, ladies and gentlemen, and it was an interesting battle. At the top board, we had white falling into a very dangerous position, but then successfully. What is that the term in poker when you intimidate the opponent with something that you don't have?
You bluff them.
Oh, you bluff them, exactly.
Yes.
And then white bluffed black into saying like, "What are you doing? It's a draw anyway."
Yeah.
So
it was a twists and turns, very unexpected.
Yeah. So the top four boards are draw, followed by Linear swindling his opponent in his spectacular fashion. At the moment when there are very few seconds left in the game, then Vidit winning game in his trademark green down endgame style, followed by Bu not successfully utilizing his extra pawn advantage, and then we had Gelfand again demonstrating the power of two bishops.
That was actually a fantastic game in terms of
very great strategic masterpiece.
Completely.
For
a rapid as well,
game,
and I don't think it would occur to many people just to give up the pawn.
Right.
Like
in
that.
Women's chess, we had some great, exciting games, of course, and I would have to say that that game of Gunina certainly was pretty wild.
Definitely, yeah.
And the early crush by Jagnidze has shown black some problems with her opening setup, so she'll have to improve on it.
Yep.
But Stefanova, that dynamics complex game turned out to be a draw, which is slightly unexpected for me, to be honest. And the other games, and Kastyniuk, she's still playing.
Because Kastyniuk is still playing. She's still. I mean, I think it's a matter of time before.
We're not going to see rook and king versus queen and rook, because white has pawn on f5.
Yeah, we're not going to see
but
that.
That would be something, though. I would love to see that endgame because it's so notoriously difficult to win.
I actually blundered into it. I was completely wrong, and I blundered into this ending, and then you have to win it again, right?
Yeah.
You think the game is over, and then you find you have to do another 40 moves.
Against the computer, you cannot beat computer.
I was given the advice by one grandmaster. He said, if you're defending it, hold the third rank. Once you let the third rank go, then it becomes much easier for white. And also another tip is perhaps, this is actually very difficult to mate when the king and queen are on the side, as opposed to like when you're facing the right way, then it's probably easier.
Stalemate tricks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so what happened here? And I think we have all the results. Yes. Yes, we have all the results. Finally. So. Okay. First round is done. And we're gonna wait for the overall standings, and
and I think we'll take a short break, right?
Yeah, I think we can take a short break. So let's
see you after the break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
first move moves
Okay.
on that board. There we go.
Well, welcome back to round 2 of the IMSA Rapid event. And for those viewers just joining us, I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and I'm joined in the studio with GM Gata Kamsky.
Oh.
And we had a very exciting first round with 3 decisive victories by Dominguez, Gelfand and Vidit in round 1, and more decisive victories in the women's 6 players.
And we're ready
And
to go
we
to the
are
second
ready
round.
to go to the second round. So let's have a look at top board. So we see Boris Gelfand against Dominguez, and we have this looks like a Caracan pan-off attack.
Yeah. It can be reached with IMSA also.
Yes.
But this is like ancient line which has been played since Karpov days. So let's skip.
Move on to the next. We're that ruthless.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Yu Yang Vidit. Let's have a look around. And
Bishop f4, I think it's unusual. I haven't seen Bishop f4 in this type of position before.
yes.
That's an interesting move. Obviously, White wants to play knight db5, and that creates problems for Black.
Yeah, well, that's an immediate issue, isn't it?
How about we just make a quick rundown of
Yeah,
all the
let's
games?
do that. Let's have a walk around and let's have a look at how it goes. And
So Leto's game is Spanish, which is anti-Berlin, I guess. It was a bishop takes on c6.
Yep.
A lot of theory, and knowing Leko, he has analyzed all these lines until move 40. And it's a matter if he can remember correctly the
Yes, he was telling me about the Hungarian school. It's very important. The Hungarian school of thought. It's very important to get the move order correct. If your opponent gets the move order incorrect, it doesn't matter if it's 2800 or 2100, you play. You play. But if they get the correct move order, well, what to do?
And we actually reached this position, which has been played in the Russian Team Club Cup Championship. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, and has been played in the game where Malakhov with White played against Linier, actually. And they reached this particular certain position, and I know that this position has also been played the US Championship a couple of years ago, because I personally have seen it.
Yeah.
And the verdict is Black is completely fine in this line, and he is ready to play for an advantage. So I'm not sure why Peter is playing this with White. So we're looking at some possible innovation here at some point. So we'll have to return to this game later.
Definitely. And Cheparinov, let's moving down. Cheparinov against Andreikin. And there we have, it looks like a Queen's Indian, I would guess.
Yeah, very solid, probably very equal. And
White has that little edge.
I don't see quite.
Humor me, Gata. This is my opening. That's
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
you've got to humor me and say.
Okay, very tiny edge maybe.
You can press.
Okay, and but there is another Queen's Indian. Since you're an expert, can you tell us more about this line?
Which one? Korobov against Lekran. No, this is not my Queen's Indian. This is A3 line. I only play Fianchetto.
Now you're making fun of Tigran Petrosian A3.
No, I don't make fun. I don't make fun. It's very good.
So it's like he's my favorite idol, and
he's a great player.
Yeah. So A3 actually used this line myself against Anatoly Karpov to win one game in our World Championship match back in '96. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of fond of this line for White. Yeah. So White has this tiny nice edge. Tiny. you can push. Just the one that you mentioned in your line.
Yes. And then moving down, we have Fedoseev against Bu Jiangji.
Okay. I don't know.
It's a nice
looks like standard Slav with Queen takes c4. Yeah. And again, very tiny edge for White, very pleasant position to play, because the Black plays c5, then he opens up White's bishop on g2, which becomes a monster. Otherwise, White is having a nice pawn formation in the center, small spatial advantage.
Well, with Rook c8, you are preparing this idea of, b5, b4 at the time.
Absolutely.
And White generally tries to play for e4, although here Black has a nice firm control. If it's not e4, then it's probably maybe to try and win the bishop pair, but I think generally it tends to be a very slow, you prepare e4, and you're doing a very, very slow way with e3,
Exactly.
knight d2, queen e2, to e3.
Yep. So
So
and
it's still very much in opening
Rapport
time.
versus Ponomaryov. I think this is all the rage in the.
Oh, this is the Caro-Kann.
It is.
It is, in fact, the c5
Oh, this.
Caro-Kann.
Yeah, exactly. That's the. I think that's the game where Vishy beat Mamedyarov recently. Like I don't know, half a year ago or something. And this position is being discussed very often at the top level. I mean, again, the club
Yes.
championship where I just played in has been discussed also quite a few times. So this is all the rage, and again, the analysis and the still ahead, and people working on this line. And I'm assuming at the speed, the way they're playing, black is 16 minutes, yeah,
Versus
which is
30.
more than the starting time. So he is still in his preparation. And it looks like black is actually quite okay because knowing Ponomaryov and he's developed all his pieces,
Yes.
he has great potential for his bishops. Bishop on e8 is covering important h5 square, which allows black's knight to go to h5 later on, followed by queen g5, queen h4, knight f4.
Well, the bishop has a role. Normally,
Yeah.
sometimes it gets saddled on c8 and doesn't get up. And on e8, it has a nice defensive role. And I also really like these open lines for the rooks.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
and look at this beautiful bishop. But you know, it's actually, this is one of the problems with playing these top players, because I don't think Ponomaryov is famous for playing Caro-Kann.
No, but he is
Okay.
very famous for playing well this type of structures.
This kind of structure. Okay.
Yeah. So, but let's look at the Mamedov game.
Okay. So things.
We were quite lucky during the break to have Mr. Gawain join us here.
Yes.
And it was interesting to read some of his thoughts on his previous game against Boris Gelfand. And okay, so we're looking forward to seeing some of more of his games.
Definitely.
And in this position, I think black should be quite comfortable. He equalized, he has great future for his pieces, bishop coming on b7.
Yeah.
And I would say black has no weaknesses. He can always play queen b6, b4 even some point, and in general I think black equalized here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I can see is that in this, you know, but this bishop e5 can kind of kill the idea. I wanted to go f4 and f5 at the right time, but
Really?
bishop e5. No, we're not now, but
That is so
bishop
aggressive.
e5.
Jovanka, I thought I had this image of you as a very solid positional strategic player, and then you say f5, and I'm like wondering, where did I go wrong?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not quite. But I mean, I really do like this bishop e5, bishop d4 maneuver, because this
It
bishop
is.
is going to be very,
It is.
it's going to be a tough customer to kick out.
Absolutely. I like this move. What about, let's take a look at the women's game quickly.
Yep, and on top board we have Tan Zhongyi against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Now the positional player in me says,
Yeah.
I like black.
You like black?
I like black. But I haven't yet.
What about the
worked out
dynamic?
The dynamic is thinking, well, hang on a second, there's some problems here, because the bishop on e7 is loose. The c7 pawn is
Under attack.
under attack.
And there is, and black king needs a luft. Yeah.
It does need lift.
Yeah.
And also this bishop on c8 needs to get out into the game.
Yeah. So black would love to play c6. It's just that at the moment it might be impossible because of even, I don't know, bishop g7.
Bishop g7, yeah. So I was thinking, okay, maybe I should get the bishop out. So I can't do everything. So maybe I should just get
But
the
I'm
bishop
just thinking
out.
maybe bishop g7 is not such a big threat.
Yeah, exactly, because
Yeah.
you have.
King g7, rook e7, rook d4,
Right.
and black king got out. He's got his luft. Yeah.
Yeah.
He got out of the check, and then white's bishop on d3 is hanging, and black is ready to play bishop e6.
Yes, and bishop takes c7. I don't really want to be doing moves like c6. So I want to do moves like, I want to get my bishop into the game. So I was thinking bishop g4.
Well, it is a possibility.
Everything is
It
hanging
a
there.
possibility, yeah. But okay, let's take a look at some other games. What else we have?
So like Valentina Gunina against Nana Sagnitsa.
97. Wow, that is such a classy move. You know, you redeploy your knight, which is standing on f6, doing nothing, and then you redeploy that knight to b6 or c5, and then you open the f file
So-
for your pawns to go and hang out
Just
together
to-
with the e pawn.
Just to go back a few moves, just to kind of get a flavour of how things develop. So after h3, castles, bishop g5, but then you can see e5, knight c2, and then bishop takes f6 is a positional threat.
Yeah,
So we
knight e3, and now,
knight d7.
yeah, but now black has to play knight b6
Knight
probably,
e6.
because knight d5 cannot be allowed, and knight b6, bishop b3,
Knight b6.
and the question is what black is going to do next.
Yeah.
I mean, the solid player in me says that I should play something like king h8
That's what I thought as well. I was going to suggest that king h8 just to get
and go for f6,
F6.
bishop c5, bishop d7, and if white plays a4, then just play a5.
Yes,
Just,
I like
hold your
it.
defenses.
that was my instinct as well. So
Great. So I would say the black should be okay here. And what we have is the youngest player, Abdulmalik Jansai, in this tournament. She is playing against, I would say, one of the most experienced players in the tournament, which is who is Canaro.
But Hampi isn't renowned for her blitz and rapid skills.
Oh, she is.
Is she?
Yeah, but I think this is a very theoretical greenfield position,
Yeah.
which leads to a forced draw or something.
Yeah.
I should ask Peter Swiesler, really. He's a regular on Chess 24, especially. Unfortunately, I cannot ask him right now, but next time I'll see him, I'll definitely ask him, because this looks like a forced draw to me. I could be wrong, though. Bishop c3, bishop rook b1,
Just have
bishop f5, or something crazy like that. Maybe even rook b8 is playable, yeah?
rook b8.
Yeah, just, bishop f4, rook b2, go active. Okay, bishop h3. That I didn't see. But I would bet a lot that it's theory as well, because of bishop a8, bishop takes f1, yeah? Pawn
Yeah.
e2 is hanging, king f1, rook check, king g2. No check. You have to take on a8, and
But
then
okay.
bishop d2, rook b8. It looks very close to a draw. But,
So so after bishop, I have to do something.
so maybe bishop a8 and bishop takes c3 first. Oh, no. Bishop f1, king f1, bishop c3, rook b1, rook a8, rook takes a8, rook b7, and then black somehow transposes his bishop to d6. I think this is all theory. This like famous line.
How do you get your bishop to d6?
I have no idea, but I think that's what it is.
Or you can maybe play rook.
But okay, let's leave
Yeah,
this game
okay.
to the theoreticians. I'm not one of them.
Let's continue. There's probably an exciting game against one game down, and that's Maria Mazicek against Lei Tingji. And I say exciting because, hey, look, there's a queen on e8.
Yeah.
And there's a bishop on h8, and it's completely random after 16 moves. So I'm guessing this came from... Such randomness can only come from a Scotch.
Yes, yes. You should know, you're the British.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. This looks pretty good for black to me. Bishop b7, followed by c5, and then the white's king is in the center. I don't know.
Bishop b7, and then the queen...
Where does white's queen go? I mean, there's only one move, queen e5, yeah? Not to lose the bishop, and then just take on e5 and play rook e8. And then white is simply piece down. I don't understand this. Am I missing something?
I have an exchange. I want a rook on h8.
Ah, you won the rook.
I want a rook. Does that change your evaluation?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize black is a whole rook down. Black is rook down.
Well, it's going to be an exchange, but...
Yeah. But it's for the pawn. Yeah, so black at least gets a pawn. Yeah, but in any case, exchange is too much. So bishop b7, queen e5, if queen b4, then long castle, and black still needs to work to get the bishop on h8, so, okay, I would say that advantage to white here in this position. The next game is Antoinette versus Anna, and it looks like it comes from Catalan, from the line with knight bd2. And I always thought of these positions as completely equal. I don't think white can play for a win here. Bishop b7, rook takes
bishop
c4.
b7 is rook takes c4, and then... I was under the impression that as soon as you can get the black square bishop to challenge the bishop on g2, that's it. the game is almost equal.
Okay, next game seems to be pretty exciting again.
Okay, so this
Black's
is-
pawn is on g4.
Houska against Elizabeth Pates.
Yeah, I would guess this comes from bishop b5, g5,
Wow.
e5, crazy line. And how to properly evaluate such positions is a question that will be extremely difficult to answer because Black sacrifices a pawn. In exchange, he has very strong knight in e5 in the center, which he just exchanged for white squared bishop.
Yeah.
For a double attack, which is met by knight c3, followed by probably bishop a6 and then bishop g7. But I kind of like Black's knight on e5. I don't know if this exchange is such a good idea for Black because White is...
So knight c3 is forced, and
Yeah.
then
White has an easy game. She's going to play knight f5 and then play b3, bishop d2 at some point, and go for this extra pawn thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
so I've got
6.
to use
1, 2,
the
3.
time.
And the time is well,
No, I'm just trying to use try to get my pieces developed.
no, but bishop g7 you probably have to play. I mean, I don't see
Right.
moves, and
But then if you come in with your knights,
knight f5, bishop f5, e takes f5, and then what? And it's a good question. Probably knight d7,
97.
followed by knight e5, and that becomes almost like Volga gambit, or Banco gambit, yeah? The American version of that opening. Okay, so I would say that this is one of the positions that we should check on later.
Definitely, yeah.
And we have successful King's Indian g3 in the Botnaru game. And looks like Black is completely fine because she managed to put a block on White's queenside ambitions with a4, a5. White has no clear break with b4, and we'll now watch if Black can break through with knight c5, f5. The only thing I can remember is that Viktor Korchnoi, he played this brand new a4, a5, b4 plan in King's Indian, and it was considered to be a violation at the time, but after people realized that White breaks through with b4 and a5, Black is in serious trouble.
Right, yes, so
Yeah.
that's what I was going to say. I would remove this knight on b4 and then say, okay, well, b4 is easier to achieve
Yeah.
a breakthrough, because we want to break through as
Yeah, White has to, otherwise
Yeah.
she's just worse, because Black attacks on the king's
Okay,
side.
and if you just... Okay, you still have to prepare f5, because I can't quite do f5 immediately because of... I'm thinking a piece will come to
Yeah.
g5.
Usually if Black plays f5, White just takes on f5, and g5, then f4, and we reach those type of positions. And those type of positions are
This is difficult.
difficult to play for both sides.
Yes.
Because if Black plays e4, then he immediately fixes his structure,
Right.
and he has no
Yeah.
attack, right?
Right.
But if he doesn't play e4, then he always has to be ready for some sort of a break, take on e5 and g4 and g4, queen h5, knight f3, something.
Yeah.
And next game we also have another King's Indian.
Okay.
And this time I think White has a clear advantage, but again, the one confusing factor is White's pawn on d6. The presence of this pawn favors White or Black. That's a question which will decide the game, I think.
I like white. I think.
like white?
I think
Well,
this pawn is
know.
very difficult. It's very difficult to dislodge, you know.
yeah. Okay, so now we have seen all the games. So
Yes.
which one would you like to go?
Let's revisit the top.
Okay.
Let's look for progress in Gelfand against Dominguez. So this was.
And I think that Boris decides to make
let's
a practical draw because he has knight on d6 and he just played knight b5.
So let's just
and he's looking
recap
to
the moves. So queen c2 plays.
I think
As
queen
a
a5
hero.
is a new move. Bishop a5. I don't think
Yeah,
people play bishop a5 that much. I think usually they return to e7.
they do return to e7.
Yeah. Okay.
And h6 is also... I'm always very skeptical about playing h6 in these panel.
Yeah, but
because of,
yeah, I understand. But Linear plays this.
Yes.
If he plays it, then
Then
he
it's
analyzed
safe.
it.
then it's safe.
Yeah, so it's probably one of the plans. Knight e4,
Bishop b6.
First, yeah? Interesting.
Yeah.
So he's attacking the pawn, and he tries to force white to declare his knight e4 location. If white plays knight c5, then sometimes
Yeah.
black can go for queen e7, e5, maybe even, yeah.
Bishop
But
c4.
Bishop c4 is kind of weird. On
It
the
is
other
a-
hand, it is standard, right? Bishop
Yeah,
goes to
it-
a2, b1. later.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It is a2, b1. Also, you put pressure on, you prepare
Yeah, but 96, look at that. I mean, 96.
Oh,
Ooh. Did Boris just blunder? No, but queen e2, yeah?
yeah.
Queen e2, and put knight b4. See,
So-
that's what I said about Lanier. You know, he seems to be playing very strategic chess, and then boom, some tactics happens.
But also, you have to remember that players are not allowed to offer draws in this tournament at all.
That's right.
You cannot
That's
make
right.
any, if you want to make a draw offer, you have to claim a draw via threefold repetition,
Right.
or it can only be a draw in a dead drawn position where you get the arbiter in and say
Yeah.
it's dead draw.
Now, the only question left is to interpret the dead draw, of course, but okay.
Yes. Yeah, what is the dead draw? But okay.
Yeah, but black's rook is hanging, and the knight is hanging. So that knight b4, black is probably forced to take on b5 and play knight c6 now. Unless
Sorry?
he can come up with knight c2.
So in fact, the game, he hasn't made a move. So this game is still at queen c2, so maybe he has another move other than queen e2.
Well, he can play queen b3, of course, but
Yeah, queen b3.
yeah, but I'm not sure where white's queen is better placed. I think it's better placed on e2 though. Because on b3, some knight c6, knight a5 is possible later. I mean, not immediately. But,
Not now, yeah.
Also, knight c2 now attacks the rook, which if he captures, he attacks the queen.
Okay, but say queen b3, he has to. Okay, so he has to take. Bishop
Well,
takes.
as I'm saying, knight c2 is also a viable possibility now.
Oh, knight c2 back. Ah,
Yeah.
back again.
Yeah, trying to be tricky and sneaky. Why not?
Yeah, why not? I
And
like
if
that,
rook
yeah.
if rook moves somewhere, then just rook moves as well.
The rook moves as well. Rook, but then this knight is trapped here.
Is he? Knight c3, yeah.
Rook c. Where are you going to go with the rook? Rook c8.
Rook c8, yeah,
rook
it's fine.
c8, and then.
And then
Okay,
what?
so if I try to win it immediately,
Immediately,
yeah,
just like that.
just like that.
Hmm. Yeah. Sometimes being bold is fine. Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, I think you're right. Knight c2 is not that great, probably. Okay, so queen b3 has already been played in the game.
Okay.
And black probably has to play bishop b5 and knight c6, as you just mentioned, and
Bishop
go
b5.
for a position. N has just been played. And knight c2.
Oh, knight c2 played.
Wow, why is that such a good idea? What's going on? What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing 97 probably. 97 with the idea of knight f5 and taking on d4. Ah.
But I
That's
can go.
very sneaky. And black just takes on d4.
Then I take on d4.
And that rook on c7 is actually well placed.
But wait,
because
I can attack once. I don't know if that makes a difference. No, yeah, because
It does, yeah. Because you hit the rook and you play bishop b5.
Yes.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So not 97, but if not 97, then what? I don't think he's going to take on d4 immediately. Yeah, he cannot take.
Maybe he just goes queen f6.
Maybe queen c8. Maybe queen c8.
What about if I just go queen f6 and then say, okay, right, now
Right,
I'm going to take it.
Right. Queen
Now.
f6, of course.
And then-
Just keep the pawn.
Just, yeah,
Yeah, caveman chess.
nothing subtle about my chess here. I tried to play the Reti once and I realized it's too subtle for me.
So probably queen d3. Queen d3 with the idea of bishop a4. Or queen a4 with the idea of bishop, but then you have no bishop d3 because knight takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So the question now becomes what black is going to do now. He can always protect the knight by
Yeah,
playing
you
off
can
c8.
just, the other rook to c8 and then
Queen f6 has been played.
queen f6 has been played, okay. As predicted.
Yeah.
That's one of the great things about commentating. It gives you great
Yeah.
pleasure to have predicted the right moves.
Right. But okay, let's take a quick look at the changed positions, because we're
let's
getting
go.
close to the middle game,
We
and
are, yeah.
some people are running already into time trouble.
So should we go down to, let's go to Yu Yang against
Yeah.
Vidit.
Okay, let's do that. And I'm seeing that black is, I think, safe to say that he equalized. 2 bishops, no rooks, almost in the game. Everything is equal, material.
Everything is equal.
Yeah, so I would say this very close. We're going to the draw.
Yeah, we're getting, I think that's a drawish.
But the game that I'm really interested in is Leko's game, because somehow he managed to finally get something, I think, especially considering black's queen a6 or very awkward position. There's a threat of b5. I mean, even b5 has to be checked in right now. I mean,
the b5 is a problem right now.
exactly. How's
So if you make some random moves, they say it's actually take the bishop. Now b5.
yeah. So I think he has to take the bishop. Or you're saying he can play b6 or something like that?
No. I was just looking at take the bishop, play b5.
b5, c takes, a takes,
takes.
bishop takes,
Bishop takes b5.
bishop takes
No, no.
a6. Oh, rook takes a6.
Rook takes a6.
Bishop takes
a6.
Knight takes d6 to check, then rook d6, and queen g4, and I would say that
Where should I put the queen? G4 or h5?
queen h5, rook takes e4, queen takes h7, still some advantage for white.
I'll keep it safe. I don't know. It's how is this position? It's not that. Is this so easy? Queen g4. Okay, so f6 is in the air.
Small threat, yeah.
That is maybe even
1, 2,
e5
3, 4,
first.
5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So rook, bishop, and the pawn versus queen.
No, but black's the pieces they're not so coordinated. I'm
Yeah.
afraid.
Yeah. Okay, so again, this is very very exciting game, and we should return to it. What about the others?
Yep.
I feel like Andreikin is pressing, but
Well, they agree to draw.
they agree to
We
draw.
have our first result.
But I think black has a small pawn. Yeah, because bishop on g7 is just really nice, and I like catch-up bishops.
Yeah,
I
it seems
like-
a bit strange actually, just to give up the,
Well-
to agree a draw in this. They must have repeated moves. Okay, so the repetition must have come.
Well, the repetition comes from the Korpov Lekwan game as well.
Yeah. Okay, so
Because
they just-
white is having an extra pawn, and black decides not to take
And
any
also
risks.
another result from.
Yeah. And Fedoshev game is promising to be quite dramatic, based on the very strange pawn structure that I'm seeing here. 3, 4, 5, 6. White is a pawn up, but his pawns are weak. I don't know.
Yeah.
Very dynamic. Black just played knight d7 f8 to cover e6 square away from white's rook.
Yeah, I can see knight d5 and knight f4. I just.
Yeah, I agree. Knight d5 f4, knight d5 e7, rook d8, rook d5. Several ways to play this
So-
position, but I would say that
Okay, so white has to.
white still has slight pull here. What about the rapport game? Rook c1. Another mess. But I would say that this is a mess that favors black, because knight on f4 is very strong. If black just plays rook f8 and puts the bishop on d5 and queen on h6 at some
So
point.
rook f8 and then the queen. Yeah, the queen is going to get to.
Yeah, but rook f8 is being met by rook c7, isn't it? And if queen h6, then queen c3 check. And
No, that's bad news. Unless, no, because I can. You also have rook takes h7 as well.
so rook d8, rook f8 is the
So rook
mistake.
f8 is not possible. So if you have to swap off queens,
Yeah,
rooks, I mean, queen takes.
yeah. So
But still, queen.
but 3 minutes for black in such complicated position.
No, this is very complicated because of the king. I'm not really that satisfied with there's a lot of danger to the king. To the black king, that is.
No, black cannot exchange rooks, that's for sure. He has to play rook d8.
He has to play rook d8. Okay, so
or
rook
rook
c1,
g8,
rook d8.
Yeah, he needs to leave the rooks on because black's king is more open.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Way more
Rook d8.
And now, I don't know. I don't know. Bishop somewhere safe. But where it is safe? I don't know this place. Bishop f1 maybe?
Just trying to work. Bishop f1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Bishop takes f1.
bishop takes f1 though. That's the thing. And then what am I going to take with? I have to take with a rook, right?
Yeah, it's
He's going to be mate, and then
Queen
how are you
h6
going
and
to defend?
check and queen c3 check and 94.
Okay.
And he's still thinking. He's got 2 minutes left versus his opponent's 7 minutes. That is unpractical. That's also almost like Grishuk.
Yeah, 7 minutes against.
Okay, let's take a look at the Gawain game.
Okay, so Gawain against Mammadov against Gawain.
Yeah, I think black is doing fine. Now he's coming to d4 some point, maybe even e5. The only problem is that white has control of the only open file.
Right, as white, I would be quite satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
I would be satisfied that the black's king was unsafe, well, a little bit shaky,
Mm-hmm.
and I have control.
Well, rook a7 is coming. That's very decent.
Yeah, okay, so
And white's king is also open because if white's knight on a3 leaves, 94, 92 check.
right,
So,
yes,
tricky
okay,
position.
maybe there's just a nice dynamic balance then to offset these things. And revisiting the top boards in the women's section, we have Tang Zhongyi against Kostenik, and that.
And it's a fight. I'm not sure what this fight is all about, but does white really want to play g5 check and rook e7? That's the question that is in my mind right now.
That is the obvious question. So of g5.
G5 because king g7 is obvious choice. King f5 rook e4. No, king f5 rook e7 obviously. Yeah. So king g7 has to be played, and now if rook e7, then black can even play bishop a4. Although I kind of prefer bishop f8. But after bishop f8, a4, bishop c2.
But
It was a pity because now black can play king f8, and there are no these interesting lines that would have reason if white played actually rook e7.
but if I go, I would just simply go sidestep.
I would consider taking an a4 and play rook d7 at some point.
Yeah,
Maybe not here. Maybe rook d7, rook takes a3, and then f4.
yeah.
This looks to me.
This also
After
looks
rook
dangerous.
although after rook f3, king e4, rook c3 looks like a draw, yeah. But okay, that'll be one line to consider. And okay, we're running behind. All these guys, they're starting to play really
They're
fast.
starting to play fast. Okay, so let's have a quick hover over Valentina Gunina against Nana Sagnitsa, and looks like
Looks
a
like
mess.
another mess.
Another mess.
Yes, another mess. It is. If somebody ordered a mess, you have it. There you have it.
I hear it goes. Yes.
I would still say that white's probably is preferable in this mess because he takes on d8, plays bishop e4, rook g1, and then bishop on e4 is very strong, and because black king cannot never leave the 8th rank anymore.
Yeah.
On the other hand, can white win because his queen will. Okay, so
The queen.
Queen h5. That's Gunina. All these tactical little tricks with.
Okay, so she's playing directly for mate.
Yeah, she goes for queen g6. And she might be absolutely correct.
Yes, of course, because you can't go rook takes d1 because of queen e8 checkmate.
So the question is whether black can play rook f8 now.
Yes, that's. But can I just?
And if rook d7, then queen c6.
Sacrifice.
So, rook e3 and queen g6. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I believe you can. Yes.
Yeah.
That looks unpleasant. Okay, so that's another idea behind queen h5, taking on e3.
Yeah, okay, so maybe Valentina has a complete control. And if you look at the time difference as well, Valentina Gunina has 5 minutes playing against Nana's 1 minute.
1 minute, yes.
That's not good news. So already, it's, I think,
And I know
the
that
odds are
Nana
in her
doesn't
favor.
like to be defending sides. She is herself an attacking player, so that's another
Yeah, I
factor.
think the game that when I beat Nana, I sacrificed something, but she had to defend.
Okay,
And,
Muzichuk. Okay, Abdumalik made a draw.
Yep.
With black against Conero, very good result for her.
And that was in that Grunfeld, that technical Grunfeld. And
Yeah.
then we have
Muzichuk versus Lei.
and Muzichuk versus Lei, and again, whoa, we got a mess again.
Yeah, but
And,
I think this is okay mess for White because she's a pawn up and a change up.
She's exchange up.
Yeah.
And better on time.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stress that enough, really. It's such a big deal in these positions to be ahead on time.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, once you get low on time, that's when you get into like a terror zone. You start panicking, rush of blood to the head, and you just don't see things properly.
Right, so we think that Maria has an advantage here.
Yep.
And the next game we have Stefano versus Shenina,
Yeah, that's just
and White has a pawn up.
White is a pawn up. And Antoinetta loves extra pawns, so yeah. So let's revisit. I think let's revisit the top,
Okay.
and let's have a look at Gelfand against Dominguez, because
And I think this is extremely solid position.
very solid.
Black has the control of the c file, but White's bishop on d3 and the pawns on a3, b2 are taking away all squares from black pieces.
And if I try just for cheap shots, like 95,
Yeah, that is coming, but then 93 is the possibility. Yeah,
not that I get hit by a cheap shot
that's
myself.
why he played g5 first.
Yes.
And probably Black has to consider playing h5 here,
H5, right? Close it
because
up.
he can allow to open the file, and now White can play rook bf1 followed by 95 maybe even.
Yep.
Because now you have a threat of rook f7 and queen g6 coming, and I'm not sure how linear is supposed to. Oh, well, he can play 97 f5, transfer the knight to close the f file, so that will be one of the ways to meet.
I like 97 because you also keep in hand the possibility of exchanging
Queen
of
d5,
queens with
yes.
queen d5.
Yes, it is a possibility. So in the next game, Black is starting to play for a win with his two strong pair of bishops.
Vidit is Yu Yang against.
And Leko indeed is playing with an extra queen, and I'm pretty sure he is still in his preparation. It's only move 30.
Well, not quite, because he only has 52 seconds left.
Ah, that's true.
That's true.
That's true. Okay, but he's definitely better.
Definitely.
And he has a clear plan.
Well, yeah, it's just a swap off rooks, right?
Yeah.
You swap off rooks, eliminate any danger, and then the
Yes, but
Pressure
I wouldn't count Black's player defensive resources. He is a well-known defender. In fact,
and there you have a5.
Yeah.
there
and he
comes.
just defended 2 pawns down position against Fedosiev
Right,
in
of course.
round 1.
And this is the kind of move that does strike terror, because you do think ahead and you think, okay, now it's nothing, but
Speaking of Fedosiev, he's down to
Yeah.
17 seconds
17 seconds. Wow.
in a complicated position against Bull.
Let's go to that game.
It's definitely not a good.
Not a good sign. 17 seconds. Wow.
Yeah. And the position is quite complicated still. Although White has, I think, managed to increase his advantage somewhat, to improve his pieces. And what happens here? We have another 40 seconds left in Ponomarev game.
Wow. Okay, so Ponomarev, yeah. So 2 minutes 20 versus 46 seconds.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, and both sides are attacking.
Both sides are
Both are
attacking.
attacking.
Exactly. That's the kind of position you don't want to play. With.
Right, okay. Well, Black has one threat, which is to put the knight on d5. So you have to be a bit careful there.
Yeah. The good thing is that there are increments. These guys are lucky that they're playing with increments. Can you imagine this game without increments? That would be a disaster.
This was. Hang on. Why can I not go knight d5? Oh, he attacked queen e9.
Yeah. Queen was
Knight
attacked. White is
Queen f5.
White has to play something here. Probably queen f3. That's the only way to protect the knight and the pawn on h3 and against knight d5 fork, yeah? Because knight leaves and
So we're queen?
knight d6, queen g6 just wins not. Queen g6, queen e5, check.
Sorry, hang on. You went a bit fast. So queen.
No. I was talking about queen e3, but knight d6 is also playable. I thought it was unplayable because of queen g6, but then you have queen e5 check. But then king g8, yeah? And the mate on g2 is very rough. Oh, thank you so much. We got some tea now. Oh,
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll never turn down tea.
Yeah. And again, such complicated positions being reduced to 1 minute is a huge stress on the players. I really like how the way Gawain just managed to cut off White's rook on t5. It's being completely cut off.
Yeah. It has been completely, it's brilliant, isn't it? And now this rook on a2 is going to be...
And now
it's paralyzed. Wow. So
yeah. So Black is technically winning.
it's completely won, isn't it? There's nothing,
Well,
it's kind of a...
when you have a blitz chess, I would refrain from using completely winning.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because you always have like moves like g4. Yeah, just the...
and Gunin won.
Okay, you know...
And Nana just blundered the rook e8 check at some point, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
Muzachuk is suddenly not better anymore.
And Kostenyuk against Tan Zhongji, that has ended in a draw.
In a draw, and they're both very solid players.
And
And we're having quite an exciting game by Zhao Hu versus Bodnaruk.
okay, that's
But
the bottom.
Bodnaruk is a known King's Indian player actually, because I prepared my wife, and my wife plays in all those
In
tournaments.
fact,
Bodnaruk plays.
that finished in a decisive result.
Yes.
Zhao Zhu
And knight
lost.
g3 is exciting, yes. And as we looked at the structure, we didn't like the structure that
Yeah.
White plays. a4, b3, c4, and King's Indian doesn't work. What else is happening? Stefano, you said she is good with the pawn, with the extra pawn.
With
yeah?
the extra pawn and...
And you're absolutely correct. She is completely winning. She's dominating this position.
Yes.
Pawn and better piece formation. What else we have? Harika is successfully nursing her extra pawn against Elizabeth Pats.
okay, so the bottom, okay.
But the presence of the opposite color bishops, of course, makes this game very difficult to win for White.
Well, it's connected passed pawns. It's not just one extra pawn. It's that she has two passed pawns. So even with the opposite color
Yes.
bishop, it's still not that easy.
That is true. Oh, okay. Black just allowed White to exchange her weak g2 pawn. That was probably a mistake. Okay, but with the seconds on the clock, it's very difficult to play precisely. And I think Black has excellent chances because bishop on d5 is very strong. And now the Black rook is going behind White's pawns.
Yeah.
So he's starting some checks, starting h4, plans f4, f5, starting actually becoming
No, they become very double-edged.
double-edged. Yes, exactly. Okay, what else we have? Let's go back to Gelfand.
Gelfand against Dominguez.
We have some exciting...
We have action and we have 11. Oh, Dominguez is 8 seconds.
Versus 30
Yeah,
seconds.
look, it's going down, up, and
But I like Lanier's position now because White's bishop is really not playing anymore well. You know, he's completely blocked. And in this type of positions, I prefer Black's.
Yeah, I mean, look at this bishop. I mean, I just look at it very simply. Compare the two bishops, and the black square bishop is
much better.
Much better.
And
king, safety.
Right. And White's pawn on g5 is becoming vulnerable, right? Because if you protect with h4, then after f6, that h4 becomes vulnerable as well.
And it's also on a dark square as well. So even even an endgame.
Yeah.
So.
And the opposite color bishops, especially during the attack, are notoriously difficult to protect against.
Yeah. So both players really running down their clocks.
So I would say that Dominguez played this game extremely well. First he defended, and then he counterattacks now. Leko drew. Ooh, that's amazing.
Shall we have a quick look, or shall we stick with this?
You know that Wang Hao is a tough customer. I mean,
shall we have a quick?
Let's take a look.
Have a glance.
He managed to put the bishop on c4 and protect his pawns b5, a4, and not lose the single pawn in the process on the king side.
Yeah.
That is amazing defensive by Wang Hao. I'm simply amazed.
The gods are smiling in his favor so far.
Was it the... wait, is it a repetition or something?
It must be. It has to be because it's
Queen e4 check, and then if black plays something, he just played king b7. Okay.
king b8.
Because
yeah.
if king a7, then just queen e7, I guess, and like
Yeah.
hitting the pawn is7, it's a draw. Okay, so it's a smart choice by Lekko because he's already not worse, not better anymore.
Yes. And Cheparinov against that was a draw, and Le Kuan Yew ended a draw.
And Fedosey won with his 17 seconds left on the clock
Yeah.
because his opponent blundered queen g6 and rook e8. What happened there? Why did he blunder it? I thought that black was okay, but then something happened here.
Yeah,
Knight g4.
yes, a tactic happened after this,
I don't like knight e7 because that knight was supposed to be blocking f6,
and then we have the tactic,
and then you have a tactic. Yeah.
and yeah, you win a pawn, and
And then he blundered this.
then another.
Wow.
They say blunders always happen in pairs.
Yeah, black should have exchanged the queens,
Yes.
definitely. But then, of course, he was running towards endgame because rook e7, rook takes b7.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that knight e7 move, that was
the critical. Yeah,
that was a critical mistake.
and Ponomarev against Richard against Ponomarev.
Looks like white has a slight advantage because superior rook, yeah? Strong mating threats against the black king, potentially. I mean, white king has to come to g4, play h5, h6, and king h5, king g6. So
Yeah.
black has to be careful here. He's okay, but he just needs to be more
Yeah,
careful.
because of the danger of this pawn.
Yeah. So rook
H
c5,
pawn,
h5, and now e4, and I think black is blundering knight e4, rook h5, knight f6, yeah?
Sorry. So h5, e4.
e4, white now has to take on e4 with his knight, because f4, e3. So knight e4, then knight f3 check.
Danger. No,
Knight
hang on,
f3.
wait 1 second. I can't go knight takes h5. Knight takes e4.
Knight takes f3 check, probably.
Yeah, knight takes this. Whoops. No,
Yep.
that hasn't been played.
Yeah.
Because after knight rook takes h5, you have
Yeah.
knight f6 check.
But knight f3, king f2, rook h5. Oh, rook f5, yeah. Rook
Rook
f5.
f5.
And it looks like a simple draw
The
now.
danger has been averted. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're facing another draw coming, and what else is going on?
Whoa, hang on 1 second. Can we just quickly have a look at Gawain Jones?
Yeah, what happened?
I mean-
You said black is completely winning.
But then I backtracked a little bit because I said one can never be sure after moves like g4, and g4 was played.
Yeah, but queen
So-
c6, wait. The black played queen c6, yeah, and
Yeah,
g4.
the g4. That's what I said.
And what happened?
Well, h takes g4
Okay,
and king f8.
all right, queen f3, rook c2, h4, h4.
Yeah.
Okay,
And so this pawn queen. So there was a big queen race.
and I think.
And I think the position will end in a draw.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
The rook on c3 and queen on d1 covering all checks, yeah?
Yeah.
And queen f3 the threat, so this is a fantastic
Yeah,
draw.
fantastic.
Save by
Yeah.
the Mamedov, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. And looking at the women's section, so we have.
I think we have almost all games except Muzichuk is still playing. And
late Muzichuk against Lei Tingjie.
yeah, Muzichuk is winning because black has to take the bishop because of queen f6 threat. And
have
then
no check, yeah.
just check, queen f6 check, and just queen the queens. The c7 pawn.
Yes. So
Stefanova
Muzichuk
is obviously winning.
Yeah, that's quite
And
elementary.
Harika, look at this bishop on g1. That's straight out of the study. You know, I have
Yeah,
seen
something has
such
gone
positions
wrong.
only in studies. And I don't know, I think it's a draw.
You think it's a draw?
I think it is a draw. Because there's no way for black to get to white's bishop on g1.
I can go.
Without losing both.
hang on, wait 1 second. I have to lose. I don't want to lose the e5 pawn.
King f4.
So wait 1 second.
Oh, it's already been played, yeah?
Yeah, king h3 has been played.
Yeah, she took on e5. No, she played king h4. She took on h4.
Yeah. Okay.
And king h3 now after king f4, king g2, king g5. It's just draw.
Can do this as well.
Bishop h2 is playing for a win, yeah?
Yeah.
I think white can play for a win now.
Why
because
not?
bishop g3 and king g5 and f4 pawn starts
But she
rolling.
can take She can take here and then draw.
Okay, fantastic
So,
draws.
fantastic
Fantastic draws.
save from,
Unbelievable. It's an incredible fighting tournament. I love this tournament.
Well, it's kind of what you expect. 32 of the best
Yeah.
players fighting it out, and
They
it's no
playing,
easy game.
using all the time to think and to play. And Gelfand actually made a draw.
Girlfriend, okay.
But how did he make the draw? What happened? Why did it draw? I think
So
black is
a
just.
lot of moves have been played. So
But I think black is just better. How's it to draw?
in the final position.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's fast forward to the final position. Interesting.
I mean, white's pawn on a3 is just falling, isn't it? Black is up. The pawn on d6 is also.
But also they can't just agree a draw. It has to
Yeah.
be a dead draw position.
I know, but okay. All games have been played, so the. No.
So all games are finished?
No, not yet. Haruka is still playing, but I'm not sure what happens in Boris' game. I mean, how can this be a draw? I mean, black is a pawn up, and white's a3 pawn is falling, and the pawn on d6 is.
Perhaps it's just a.
I think there's
perhaps-
something wrong with the result in the
But
game.
yeah, I think there is.
Because
I think perhaps black won.
I mean, there is no way white can draw this with bishop on d1. I would love for white to draw this, but I don't think.
No, I agree with you. I
I
don't
don't think it's possible.
I don't think this is a draw.
Yeah. So, and we still have Ushenina game and Elizabeth Bass game in progress, but we expect. No, but she didn't take on f2. Yeah. Look at this. We thought that she took on f2, but
Okay.
it's
let me
still a
just
draw
get the
because
game.
white cannot play f4.
Let me just get the game up.
Yeah. And white cannot play f4 because of h2, so
Yeah.
it is still a draw. And black cannot play h2 himself because white takes an f4.
Yeah. I was wondering whether there was any nice fancy thing, like put the bishop on h2, and
And you have no
Get
time
the
for
king-
king f2.
king
No
F2,
time.
no
Just
time.
no time. Yeah. You will have to, but
oh, maybe there is a way. Maybe if I go bishop g3,
and king f4,
get my king to f4,
and then h2, king takes f2. Yeah.
and then get my pawn to f4
Yeah, but then
this
h2
way.
and king takes f2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's draw.
So it's a draw.
But it's funny, like both sides cannot move their pawns.
No. Yeah, okay, so we expect that to finish in a draw, and we also have a quick look at, oh no, that has in fact ended. And
Yeah.
that's Maria Mazurchuk
I'm wondering
against
if
Martins.
whether we will be allowed actually to interview some players eventually.
Yeah,
But probably not today. Yeah?
not until the end, I think, not until the
End of the day.
fourth round. Yes.
Ah, okay, so maybe at the end of the day. But the players will be so tired, and
Yes.
it will be pity to hold them. But okay, maybe they'll have time for like a couple words. So we'll wait for the results. So far, we have no clear leader, I think, in the men's section because no, actually we should have. Yeah, if Dominguez won the game, then he's the clear.
Yeah,
leader.
if Dominguez won, then he is on
He
2
is,
points.
2 points out of
and,
2.
he is the early lead.
And
leader.
among women, we have Guninen then. Yeah.
Yes,
She's
Gunina's on 2 points.
2 points, and anybody else? And
And
no, because Maria only had half a point.
yeah,
So.
everyone has finished in the draw.
So Gunina and Lenier, I think the current leaders of the tournament,
Yeah.
and I think everybody's played, and yep, I think everybody's finished. Should be.
I think everyone. Well, we're just waiting on that one result.
Yeah, 0-1. Yeah, so Lenier won actually because
He won. Okay, so that's
yeah,
excellent.
because
So we now have an early leader, and of course the game Haruka Johnny Valley against Elizabeth Pates has finished in a draw.
in a draw. Yes.
So this is the
Exciting
end.
round.
It was an exciting round. A lot of draws,
Fantastic.
but
Yeah.
Definitely
Amazing
topsy-turvy.
blunders. You know, the missing opportunities, saves, all you can wish for.
yeah, Wang Hao, what a
Yeah.
defender
Yes.
to be.
No, but Gawaine's game is absolutely fantastic. From absolutely winning, as you said.
You won't let me forget that, will you? It was. I think it was absolutely winning.
But then Mameda
I
found
stand-
G4, yeah?
And then I did see G4, and it was one of
Unexpected
those
results.
But it was just to recap on that game because
Yeah,
it
let's
seemed
go.
that there was everything okay. So first of all, they have like some kind of
Yeah, and
Thing
Black
we went-
cannot ignore this because if White plays G4 and G5 next move, and then he's just completely
Can
fine.
I
Yeah,
ignore it?
I'm thinking about that. Why not just ignore
ignore
it?
it and just
And then
get
G5, then you take on C2. Yeah, why
Right,
not?
or maybe even no case.
No,
then
F5, no.
Then I no.
No, but just why not take
Okay,
on...
then I can take on C2.
Yeah, she takes F6, Queen F6, and I don't know. Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah.
Because queen can never leave because queen d5 check, yeah?
Right, yeah.
And black is just
So
seems to be very good.
definitely, yeah.
Good? Okay. Let's take a short break and then we'll return to round 3.
Thank you, yeah.
Time to get up.
智力运动赋予竞技体育全新的意义。从人工智能获得启发，智力运动还有很多提升的空间和可能性。中国正在成为世界智力运动的能量之源，促进智力运动发展，增进世界文化交流。5月，世界棋牌大师巅峰对决汇聚中国衡水。我是衡水人，我在我的家乡辽宁关注国际智力运动联盟世界大师锦标赛。
Hello everyone, IMSA World Masters Championship starts today in Hengshui City, Hebei Province. There are 32 chess players around the world participating in this event. And we invite Gata Kamsky from America and Jovanka from England to comment on these games. And now we would like to invite them to comment on chess games.
2019国际智力运动联盟大师锦标赛于今日在河北衡水举行，共有来自全球32名顶尖棋手同场竞技，为大家带来精彩绝伦的64个对决。为此，我们特地邀请来自英国的约万卡女士和来自美国的卡姆斯基先生进行全程讲解。下面有请2位嘉宾讲解精彩对局。
it's round 3 of the IMSA World Rapid Tournament. And so after 2 exciting rounds, we have 2 early leaders. We have Lenia Dominguez leading with 2 points out of 2 in the men's section, and Valentina Gunina proving her tricky self. And she's also on 2 points in the women's section. And of course, they're followed by a whole bunch of people on 1.5 points. And exciting stuff, right?
Right. So what we're watching now is the critical games taking part in the tournament, because the tournament is really short. We have 3 rounds today, we have 4 rounds tomorrow, and 3 rounds on the final day.
Yeah, 4 rounds today.
4 rounds today?
4 rounds today.
Oh, 4 rounds today.
4 rounds tomorrow.
4 rounds tomorrow, and then 3 rounds, I think, at the end. And that means that every game really counts. So these professional players, of course, they try to avoid losing as much as possible, but somebody needs to take risks, of course, to win. So let's take a look at the games in this round. I see a lot of exciting stuff.
Let's have a look at the top game, because it's already begun, and we join it after move 8. And this is, an Italian game.
Yes. This is a disaster for me to comment on, because I'm not one of the... I definitely know very little about this opening. I do know, however, that A5 is a recent innovation. It's been, played maybe a year ago to great success. Before, black used to play A6 and put the bishop on A7, but A5, the idea of A5 is that the pawn on A5 is better placed, and sometimes black wants to play A4 and queen B8, queen A7. So there's a lot of theory in this line, and I know that Fedoseev, he actually analyzed a lot of this stuff, and he plays it for both white and black. And Lenier has been playing Italian game also.
One thing that I was a little bit surprised by, because it was my understanding that you tend to go bishop e6 when you can recapture the bishop with a piece. This is like the ideal thing. It is nice to be able to go bishop takes e6 and pawn takes e6, but then the structure is a little bit committal at top level.
But again, this is so much theory here that I don't even know that
it's the most subtle opening, I think. It's so many maneuvers and different plans that and
every little nuance counts, and players have to feel them and know them in advance. We'll return to this game.
We'll come back, and I can see that there's an interesting development in Vidit against Korobov, because this is a slow Slav. This position came about from c6, and when you play knight f3, knight f6, and then e3. And so the whole idea with this is that you avoid the main line Slav.
Right.
D takes c4. Okay, but this has its downside in that the bishop gets developed to f5, knight c3, this is all normal, and then you have to get compensation as white, so you have to win the bishop pair.
Right.
And he's chosen bishop e4, f3.
Yeah. The point is, black wants to provoke the weakness of the black squares, but sometimes it backfires because white is ready to play 4 later.
And this is the key move on queen b3. You need to decoy the queen away from this diagonal. So queen c7, bishop d2, knight g6, castles. And
castle, very safe move.
Very safe.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, this is the one of the critical positions, almost very often played at the different levels. And white's plan is quite simple. They want to play king b1, then attack on the king side.
Exactly,
and play rook c1, and small advantage to white.
Yeah, just long-term play. I mean, this position livens up a little bit if black plays d takes c4.
Right. Okay, so nothing too spectacular at the moment, so let's continue our walk.
Let's walk around the park, and then we have Wang Hao against Cheparinov. And also, this came from...
I think this came from some sort of...
Anti-Berlin or something. Yeah. Black tried to play a Berlin, and then White said no.
Berlin.
Okay, so let's
There are so many different
position.
lines for White to play that I, again...
Yeah.
Berlin and Italian game are two things that I really find difficult to comment on, because so many nuances you have to know and you have to feel, and I don't like to feel stupid when I say something that I don't know much about. So nevertheless, I'll try. And again, this queen b3, knight d2, which seems to be very counterintuitive, and then at the same time, White plans probably to play queen c3, knight b3. Yeah, try to fix that pawn majority in the center. and play bishop f4. Black usually tries to get c6, knight g6, f6, I guess, some point.
So you're going to go knight f1.
Yeah, so again, this position, and I know Cheparino for sure, he analyzes. I mean, the guy is famous for his
openings,
huge analysis in the openings. Yeah, so I guess we should come back to this game again.
Definitely, we'll come back and let's have a look at...
And we have a very exciting queen h5 move on the Ponomarev versus Yu and Yu.
Is this... is this an exchange, friends?
Yeah,
French?
it is. But after knight c3, bishop b4, yeah, so...
Knight c3, okay, so the bishop is on b4 and then
Yeah.
e takes...
And then we have h3, this interesting new...
And then queen to h5.
Yeah.
Well, you never know.
I have never seen this before, so I guess this is a preparation by Ponomarev, and it makes sense because black's queen on d7 is now neutralized. It can no longer get to g4. So, actually
Yeah.
very interesting. White just wants to play knight f3, castle maybe long side, and just go for an attack.
The queen h5 is quite unusual, isn't it? Just
Yeah. But I like it. You know,
You like it,
it's so
yeah.
brutal and direct, you know, so it just shows your aggressive
But
side.
it kind of goes against everything that we're taught. You know, we're taught not to do this type of stuff in the
Well,
open.
in the French defense, white often plays
Oh,
queen
you
h5.
play queen h5,
Yeah,
okay.
so that's
just to
quite
kind
normal.
of make some aggressive moves and then
Yeah,
then
it actually is so interesting that you know,
the
it
queen
seems
out
to be
of them.
such an innocent opening like a French defense, and then suddenly white is forced to take such aggressive measures so early. You know, it's interesting. Okay.
Okay. We'll see how that
And
pans out.
Gelfand returns with his Petrov specialty against Andreikin. And I'm going to be very curious to see how this plays out, because Petrov is the very super solid system for black, of course.
Yes. Well, you have to remember, in the first game, although he won very nicely against Gawain Jones, Gawain later came in the commentary room and he told us that, in fact, it was a blunder.
Yeah.
The pawn sacrifice was not a...
Yeah, but
not necessarily.
I'm not sure in this position why black set up is d6 and c5. Usually I have seen c6 and d5 set up. I have never seen this one.
D6, C5 looks a little bit unconventional.
Yeah. H4 seems conventional though, because
Yeah,
white's
H4,
preparing
you know,
bishop
you
f6,
have
knight
to
g5, and
get
f4.
moving.
Yeah. Okay, and the Leko, I guess this is something with the
Liquin, this is from...
another anti-Berlin.
Yep.
Well, everybody's playing, a lot of people playing Berlin at the top level, I guess. So, looks drawish to me.
It looks solid.
Looks
solid
very
enough.
solid. Knowing Leko, this position is
Yeah.
on his board at home. So, with equal sign at the end.
Yes.
And, okay, so let's continue.
Gawain Jones against Richard Rapport, and well, there we have a little bit more fireworks.
White just sacrificed his g-pawn, cast alongside, and he's ready to mate black. And he spent 4 minutes. So this must be over-the-board inspiration.
Yes.
So this is going to be one exciting game. All right, let's continue our walk, maybe.
Yep.
This should come from the next position comes from the Queen's Gambit, probably. It does. It does. Both kings are castle
Yeah,
alongside.
in exchange. Yeah. This is the exchange variation, right? Yes.
And Muzyczuk versus Gunina. I have seen
Okay.
this position, but usually with the black's h pawn still alive. And in this case,
Hang on. What is? How did this? Sorry, it's a Caracal, so I'm curious as to how this happens. So knight d7. Okay, bishop d3. So she avoids this h4. Queen c7. Aha.
I don't like White's way of handling this Caracal, because they just exchanged pieces and allowed black pawns to improve, opening the h file.
Yeah, I mean, I was always taught this pawn formation is just fantastic.
It's
My
absolutely
father,
fantastic.
my father came up with the name, the diamond formation. He said,
Yeah,
and
yeah, it is.
castles. C4.
I think black is just better.
Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic of Maria to play like this, bishop e7, but then d5, because we have some action happening.
Well, she has to, otherwise.
Otherwise,
she'll just
there's no initiative anyway.
Yeah.
So g4,
knight h4.
knight h4.
Simply provoking Gunina to sacrifice an h4, and I'm sure that she is thinking about it.
Yes, I also.
And then we suddenly follow with bishop e7. No, wait. Oh, black is 2. Okay, so I don't know. It's
But maybe we can prepare the sacrifice, can't we?
how? 95?
Yeah, 95 is what I was thinking.
95. If take on e6 and rook h4, so white has to.
Yeah,
white cannot take.
yes.
Yeah. So bishop f4 has to be played, but then you can.
Sorry.
White has to give up the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
But e d5, bishop e5, and queen g4.
And if I can't take. No,
95, you were thinking 95, yeah?
it's-
But 95 seems to be tricky.
Okay, so
I still think you should take on d5.
yeah, let's take on d5.
Yeah. Take on d5 or take on e5 immediately, that's the question.
Again, and take on e5.
Possible.
But then a queen.
I would take with the pawn probably.
You take with the
Threatening
pawn.
bishop h4. That's why I'm
Yes.
thinking about taking on d5 immediately
That
first,
is-
and then take on e5, so that pawn doesn't hang on c5. Okay, but people are playing really fast, so let's.
Yeah, so let's carry on with our journey, and let's go down to board 3 with Kastaniuk against Humpy Connery.
Yeah, I would say that black is completely okay. Pawn structure
Pawn structure looks good.
for black.
I really
It's
I
not
love
diamond.
this.
It's-
It's not a diamond formation, but one thing I really like is this pawn on b4, because it makes this pawn on a2 weak,
Extremely weak.
extremely weak. So that
Extremely
becomes an obvious target, and yeah, you know, the black's pieces are great.
But I don't understand if that is so great. Why white spent very little time and black is down 7 minutes? What happened?
It's called bluff.
That's such a mysterious.
It's called bluff. Sometimes your opponent plays quickly and not necessarily the cutting, and you have to wonder, what are you doing?
So you spend your time and you spend more time and then you lose
Right,
more time.
right, because
I see.
you don't predict what's.
Okay, so looks good for black, right? We both agree.
Does look. I would play black. I
Me
don't
too.
see. I don't see why.
Advantage black.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, Abdul Malik game.
We're like the judge, aren't we? Advantage black. Next
Yeah.
game. next
Another
case.
Berlin.
Another Berlin. Yeah.
Another board in Berlin.
Okay.
So let's skip
So
it.
let's move on. And what about here? What do we have here?
Oh, 92 is like famous move. I think I saw it in one of Nakamura's game online.
Yes.
Yeah, he just gives up this knight, but then he picks up bishop pair.
Bishop pair. Yes.
And but it's not so clear because if black will have to play f6 eventually. And once he does that, then the square on a5 is very strong. And
So okay. So which piece should I capture with him? Knight takes.
that's a
bishop
tricky
takes.
question. Yeah, that's a tricky question. I don't know. I would take probably with the bishop even.
Okay. Take the bishop.
Bishop,
and
bishop d3, rook
Bishop takes
e1.
rook e1, and then
And then there's a question mark because black can play knight f5.
yeah, let's do
Or
that.
he can return with the bishop back and then play knight f5.
Yeah, I was.
So that's a question mark.
I was a bit afraid that this bishop might be a target on d5, on d3. If I went immediately knight f5, I mean, for instance, is there some stuff already?
Yeah. But okay, black is done already sometime, and it's white turn to think. So Nana takes on d2 with the knight, hoping for that f4 maybe to come and play. But I kind of like taking with the bishop on d2 more. Although knight has its own
Yeah.
advantages.
But
If
now-
the knight
now-
is transferred
now-
to b3, for example. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Knight f5 is it's maybe not possible.
Well, knight f5 is possible, but
No, because knight takes d5, right?
but
with
then
the bishop
d5
on e3.
makes it difficult. Yeah. Well,
So
queen
you
d5, queen d3, and then bishop d4.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, knight d4. But still, yeah. I mean, no, but it's equal.
It's equal, yeah.
It's equal. Yeah, I agree. So knight f5 is a possibility. All right. And do we have anything more exciting than this? But Naruk versus Lei.
Well, yeah, let's look at Bodnaruk against.
White's king
White's
position.
king is very shaky, so that has to give us a little bit of excitement.
Yeah.
But
How do you evaluate this position? I don't know. White cannot play b5, yeah? Her pawn structure is being undermined. And here king on g2 is kind of open. The only problem for black is the pawn on e6, but I don't see how white can get there.
Yeah, I evaluate this position as
Good for black?
good prospects for black.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not going to be decisive in my evaluation.
Okay,
Because
I agree. I think black
Black
is
has
better.
black has good prospects. But,
Yeah, and look at the time. Yeah, time is telling factor.
yeah, oh, wow, you can see 5 minutes
Yeah, versus almost
for
14.
14 minutes for black.
Home
Yeah,
preparation.
home preparation.
Yeah. Okay, the next game I can talk about because it's London system, and you guys all know how I love the London system. And I think white has a small advantage in this particular position because he can get his knight b3, a5, knight c5 in. Then black will be just
Oh, wait 1 second.
much
we'll just-
worse.
Knight b3.
Yeah, if white can get that knight to b3 and knight c5, a5 in, then he's just better because bishop on g7 really doesn't quite belong here for black. And I don't know, knight d7, queen b3, even knight f3. One of the ideas for black to play in this position is to go with f6, e5, but I don't see how it works here.
No,
It doesn't seem to work.
no. Well, you have to deal with.
So very, very small pull for white, as we already coined this term. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And what about Kotenishvili against Harika? This, I would say, this looks like it came from a Dutch.
Yeah, I think this is a completely fine position for black. White's bishop on g2 is hammered in, and it's not doing much. So g4, I expect g4, followed by some exchanges. Actually, I think black is better because once knight gets to d5, that pawn on e3 will be really
There's no
difficult to
tactical.
protect. I'm sure there'll be some tactical tricks, but in general, I think this kind of position favors white, especially with knight on h3. You know,
Favors black.
Favors black,
Okay.
yeah. So let's go with that.
Yeah, that looks like it's a good Dutch.
And we have another Dutch.
And we have another. Well, this one is.
This also looks good for black because pawn on g6, I think,
Yes.
is more of a target than the advantage for white.
Yes.
Although white's pair of bishops is an important factor. But I, again, prefer black's position because, you know, knight f8, knight e8, just
Okay,
grabbing
so
that
can you grab material? That's
Yeah,
the question.
grabbing that
Can we
material
do it right now? There you go.
looks
Get
insufficient.
greedy.
Yeah. Okay, so we're done our walk and
Let's revisit the top and let's have a look at. Should we look at Dominguez against Fedoseev?
yes, and I
Oh.
think we just watching some five tricks in progress, and the end result will be that white will have a better structure after d takes e7 and a takes b5. The question is whether white can permanently gain that extra pawn or not. So queen d6, interesting.
Okay.
d7, rook e8 is forced line. There's nothing to think about. And now a takes b5, rook takes e7. So that's something to think about for sure. Because what else can white do? He can play knight h5, but I don't think that will be a move to play.
Okay, yeah, knight h.
Yeah, because simply it's
What
not,
about-
not so simple actually. Not so simple because I like knight h5 suddenly.
Knight h5, and then
Yeah.
say if I just go rook takes.
e7, knight f6 because you have to take with the queen, right? You're not going to take with the
Yeah,
pawn.
I'm not going to touch the pawn now.
Yeah, and then if the queen takes, then a takes b5, and you have to go back with the queen on b6.
A
And
takes
that-
b5, yeah.
Yeah, but the exchange of the knight favors white, I think, because his knight on g3 is worse than black's knight on f6 in this particular position, because knight on g3 has no prospects. If white plays
Yeah.
knight f5, then bishop takes f5, and black is just
But I'm just thinking,
yeah.
you have to do something about the e line. The d line, sorry.
I don't know. If he took on b5 and rook takes e7, he probably wants to play rook bishop a4. I think that's what he wants to do. He's saying like, come and grab this pawn back, and then I'll have a better pawn structure. But I don't know. I think black is
So if I
completely.
take on e7,
Yeah, he takes on e7, and I think black is actually okay. So I think Lenier took this forcing line, and he thought he's better, but I think Fedoseev is correct, and black is equal.
I think that, yeah, I agree with you. I think black is fine, especially this way that you've organised it, because you said that knight on g3 wasn't doing much, but I mean it's going to jump into f5 if you're not. It kind of holds this bishop down.
Yeah.
And then I'm just rook d7, rook d8.
Oh, so you're saying white should play rook e2, something like that?
Yeah, I wanted to go rook e2 to go rook d2.
Rook d2, yeah.
Because otherwise bishop takes. Otherwise black is simply going to go bishop takes b5 and then rook d7 and rook.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, at some point.
Yeah, it does. Okay, so rook e2, I agree.
I mean,
Rook e2, black will probably have to take on b5 anyway, and if rook d2, then maybe rook d7. Yeah, see?
oh, in fact, look,
Yeah, good. Good stuff.
take control.
Your commentators are doing a good job so far.
Well, it might be we're predicting the wrong moves. I had that once. I predicted all the correct moves, but they were wrong. They were the errors. Okay, so Vidit again. Well, things look very hot, spicy in Vidit against Korobov. I really like white.
You really like white because he's attacking?
He is attacking.
Okay, he's
and
got
it's
two
even
bishops.
better. Well, and that, but even better, he's attacking with pawns. I love to open lines of pawns.
You're a Philidor fan?
Is it? I don't know.
Well, he said the pawn
Pawns are the soul of the game.
Soul
yeah.
of the game, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
That's so poetic, you know. I love how people in that century lived and played chess.
Yeah, but they played chess in the opera house.
Really?
They did, they just played
that is
chess.
so
It was
incredible.
it was a distinguished game,
It's incredible. Can you imagine opera house now? No, but now they play in museums. I'm sorry.
Now they play in museums. That's
yeah,
right.
this
Yes,
is just as bad, just as good, not as bad.
not as bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I agree. Yeah, I think white has a certain advantage, but black is doing absolutely right thing. He is exchanging down white's attacking potential.
Yeah.
He's exchanging rooks down, and I don't see a way for white to break through immediately.
We're going to have to swap off rooks, right? Otherwise,
Yeah.
unless I could just get. Can I just get going?
Yeah. I mean, we can look at h5.
Yeah,
right?
let's go h5.
Okay, let's go
Let's
h5,
go.
take on c2, queen c2, and then what? Black can just take on h5 and play maybe queen c5.
You're going to take.
Yeah, then you play g5.
I'm going to go g5.
But then you have to watch out for knight d5.
Yes.
Take on h5, g5, knight d5, and
knight d5, but I have queen h7.
rook
So
h5, g6.
I wonder whether I should even do this one first.
That is probably a superior decision.
Ooh.
But after knight takes e3, a very brave move.
That's-
Take on f7, king f7. White's bishop on e2 is not quite there yet.
No.
And you have to play probably something.
No, I don't want to take. I don't want
No,
to
you don't
I
want to
want
take. You want to play queen c3 maybe.
Queen c3,
But then
yeah.
b4, yeah. Then
Yeah.
white is losing the bishop. So, see,
No,
black.
before I take.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You got me.
I got you, yeah.
Yes, okay. So queen c3, something like knight f5, and I still like black's position.
Yeah, knight f5, and then that
Yeah,
knight
white's
is
bishop on
holding.
e2 is a little bit.
Yeah, so I can't be so brutal
Yeah, you
immediately.
need to open both bishops. But
I
he
need
played
to-
h5 anyway.
Oh, he's actually played h5.
He
Very good,
actually
very
played
good.
h5. He's a brave kid.
Yes.
Okay, so let's keep going, and let's go back for a second to Dominguez' game. He's just doing everything you ever said he's going to do. Rook d2, and he managed to play knight f5. He got both moves in.
Oh, fantastic, yeah.
Yes, and I think you're right that white is slightly better because knight is simply transferred to e3, and then that pawn on c4
c4 is a little bit
is
weak, yeah.
being hit. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I'm waiting for the. You said very solid, and then tactic, boom, tactic, and
Yeah,
same
that's
thing happens.
that's
not-
linear.
I see it here as well.
Yeah, but what's
Names.
going on? King f8. What was his next move?
I
Knight
don't know.
d5. I think he has to play knight d5. He's taking away the critical.
So it's king f8, knight
King
d5.
f8, knight d5 has to be played. Black probably has to take on t5, although not an absolute prerequisite because queen e7 can be played. But then bishop a4.
Hang, wait, pawn takes. Oh, what am I doing?
No, I was thinking about not taking on d5 but playing queen a7, trying to hold
Okay,
off.
queen a7, okay.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. Yeah, black just wasted tempo.
And this is where
In
you
the
wanted to
meantime,
go
he can
bishop
take on
d4.
d5, takes on d5. Yeah, I like taking d5. I think.
Okay, so take on d5.
Take on d5, take on d5, and now bishop maybe c6. Do you think that's possible?
Anything's possible.
Mm-hmm. Does it make sense? Well, bishop e4, maybe
Yeah.
queen c5. That was my plan, my original plan, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Materialistic, huh?
Well, you
Have
have to be.
I have to be in this position, yes. Okay, but if you take, then I should be able to pin somehow.
So we have this position actually on board with the
Oh, we
without
actually have the
bishop
position,
c6.
okay.
Without bishop c6, because this is a leader game, so that's why we think
Yeah.
we should take a closer look to this.
And bishop in c6 indeed
It's
has been played,
yeah.
and now we can expect probably bishop.
What to expect? That's a question.
Somehow my queen needs to be on h4. If I were on h4, I would be able to swing
So
a little
you're
bit.
thinking queen e2 or queen h5, yeah?
Okay, so queen e2. Oh, hang on,
Queen
is
e2.
there a problem with queen takes b2?
The problem with the queen b2
Is we're looking at queen takes b2.
is that there is no problem. But there is a trick. Rook b1, queen c3.
Yes.
And now I want to take on c6 and play c7, but
Sneaky, but you can still just go rook.
and then
No, but then rook b8.
and then rook b8, yeah. But then rook e8,
This
and you
way.
can still play rook b8. So this is kind of very tricky line, but it's probably only good enough for a draw. Yeah?
How's it
Rook
going?
takes e2, rook takes e8, queen takes e8, check, check, and then we have a bunch of checks coming. Queen c7 check.
Checks the.
Looks like a draw. No, you're playing with fire now. King e6.
I
King
wanted to run.
Queen d6, queen e7 check. Where can you run? There is no way to
There's-
run.
there is no
The Spanish bishop is very strong.
Very strong. Okay, so I should just. No, but I can't.
King
play.
e6, king e6.
King e6.
That's the only move.
Yes, the only move, because if I go
And
king
check,
e8,
check,
then that's
then-
checkmate with my
yeah.
bishop on
So
a8.
bishop e4 has been played.
Yeah, bishop e4 has.
So
been
no tactics, like very solid move, and then they down to 4 minutes and 52 seconds for Lanier and 6 minutes and 46 seconds for Fedoseev. So while they're thinking about this position, let's take a quick look what happens.
And
And we did Korbov, and Korbov just found queen c5, just as I thought.
yeah,
He's
played
hitting
a little
that
bit more
h5 pawn and
calmly.
trading the queens, and he's getting closer to reaching a draw.
Still some work left with, especially
Yeah.
with White's bishop pair.
And now, I'm not sure if that is a blunder, because black can take on h5. Can he take on h5? Because a queen c5, bishop c5, rook h5, rook takes
Yes.
c2, rook takes c5, rook takes c2, he's a
Wait,
pawn.
I have bishop a5. Woo!
And knight g3.
Woo! Yes. That's a
That's a counter trick.
counter trick, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm thinking knight h5, take on c5, bishop c5, rook h5, and if rook d2, then bishop b5, and then bishop d4, and black is just better.
So wait 1 second. So you want to go. You have to take.
Yeah, bishop b5, then bishop d4. No, bishop b5, yeah.
Bishop where?
Takes on b5.
Bishop b. Okay, and then
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bishop d4. Yeah.
Yeah, and black is just better here. So white cannot definitely not do this.
No.
So, I don't know, he'll have to come up with something.
Okay, so
But next game is incredible. Our defender that was defending greatly the first two games,
he's at now.
he's now better, I think.
He's now an attacker. Okay.
Wait, but he sacrificed the whole piece. How did that happen?
So this happened like this. So this is a normal position. So bishop takes.
He usually
c6.
doesn't sacrifice stuff. I mean, what happened? Bishop
Well,
d2.
Someone provoked the bear.
Okay, f6.
f6, e6.
e6. Rook e7.
Knight takes a5.
Oh, he thought he can, play queen c3, attack, and then take on d7 comfortably, but black took on a5 with the rook,
Rook. Okay.
and he plays bishop b4,
Bishop b4.
and if knight f8, then What? That is the question. We are not seeing something. What we're not seeing?
You can play queen c3. That's
Queen c3.
queen c3
And if rook leaves?
somewhere. I don't know where.
Okay. And then what?
Maybe I shouldn't put it on a8.
Is the game updated?
No.
Black plays c5. Wow, that's Chaparino. When you offer him a trick, he...
Is it a matter of pride that he has to do another trick?
Was it in term in poker?
Counter bluff?
No.
No?
When you put your chips down and the other guy doubles it.
Oh, raise the stakes.
Exactly.
He raises the stakes.
That's what he does.
Ah, okay, yes.
Yeah, that's what he does. Which is very interesting because I think he just blundered though. Knight c5, b4. Who blunders where? Unbelievable.
But then there's rook.
If rook c5, then queen a3.
Oh, so rook takes e6 first.
Knight c5, b4, rook e6.
Yeah.
It's forced, and white has to play queen.
Somewhere.
Where? It has to find a square where it doesn't. Where it's not hit.
There it's hit. It's a queen. No, it gets hit there. Whoa! Amazing, isn't it? The queen gets hit every. Goes to d4 and it gets hit by knight b3.
I'll probably think queen d2 still.
Queen d2, but then
Knight
there's
b3, queen c3, and it takes on a1, then ba1, ba5. Wait, take on e1. I see that.
But there's rook on.
Right, so knight takes a1,
Knight takes
rook
a1.
e6, rook a4, so ba5. No,
So yeah.
yeah, because rook takes rook a4, b takes
ba5, yeah.
Yeah, and now rook
but
e1,
rook e1
and knight e1.
Knight e1. And now the knight is trapped.
But d4.
Yes, let's get going. Yes.
But then take d3, queen a2 check, and queen d2, and successful defense. Wow.
Not really.
a6,
But
c5,
can I not win this one?
queen a8, knight d3, white is pawn up.
Then you just want to.
Yeah. So
Yes.
this is very complicated.
Well, yeah, it's very, very complicated.
Yeah, but he didn't even play b4.
Okay. What did he do? So he played.
He played knight d4. And rook a6, and a lot of tricks still left in the position. Okay, so we have some games that are finished.
Okay, so.
Ponomarev drew.
Yes.
So that queen h5 was a surprise weapon, but it didn't work against.
No fireworks, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we have Boris Gelfand who sacrificed. Wow, look at all the sacrifices.
Well, today is they really are.
I think he just mates him. No, but if king takes.
Rook takes b3.
No, he mates. King b3, queen b4 check, and then d5 and rook a6 mate. I don't see any defense.
Okay, so king takes b3, kind of forced.
Yeah, check and d5, and there is no defense.
d5
And black queens.
do I have any?
Why is he playing rook e2? Why not d5 and rook a6 mate? What is going on? What am I missing?
So king a2, d5.
I don't understand what I'm missing. Why not d5 and rook a6 mate? Am I missing something?
I'm looking. I'm really trying. I don't see
I
anything.
thought that was his idea, because he just played rook e2. Maybe it's also winning. But I don't think it's winning. I think it's a draw. But after d5, it's just mate. No?
I'm just wondering whether there's any
Yeah, it's just
desperados.
check. King
but there's-
takes, and then
King takes, and I
Another
don't
rook?
get.
you're not going to sacrifice rooks on h8, no?
No, I wanted to sacrifice one to get something to.
Yeah, but I don't see anything. Because after rook e2...
d5. Okay, so it's nothing here. I cannot get to a6 to
Yeah,
cover.
I thought that was the whole point of queen b4 check, to take away the b8
Right.
square, and then d5.
But you know, sometimes it's just emotions, and you know, he's already planned rook e2.
And sometimes your
just don't-
instinct
yeah,
tells you.
Yeah, you just play,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
move, and then you realize, oh God, goodness me.
No, but sometimes you play the first move because it's correct, but you don't see the follow-up.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, yeah,
So that's now after rook e2. Okay, so what's going on? So it is a draw. White played queen f5, and I think
They've agreed.
I think they're gonna. There is no way black can play for more anymore. But after d5, he was just completely winning. That is.
Hey, what was that again? Maybe there was some. What are we missing? No,
Well, let's hook up the computer for a second.
how do we do that? Add engine.
Engine, yeah.
Oops.
Wait. We cannot change the diagram because it will mess up the.
Okay.
Okay, we'll check it out
We'll
later.
check it out later,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. So, no more engines for us.
No.
Okay, so let's go back to Lanier's game because he's suddenly down to 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Wow.
And he's worse.
Yes.
And I think he's found a way to get to the 3 versus 4 rook endgame, which white has good chances to hold.
Yes, I think this is.
So
probably
he has to hold
has
this game.
he will hold this game, because you just go G4. You stop.
I don't like g4.
You don't like G4
Because
I
if
thought
black
that
plays g6 f5, then you're forced to take on f5,
okay.
and then you have the h pawns.
I thought that was the way to.
I thought that h4 and g3.
Oh, H4. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's
H4
what he's doing.
G3. H4 G3.
Yeah, and if rook d4, then you have rook c8.
But it's important to get H4 in.
Yeah, h4 is important.
Yeah, it's very important
Although I'm
because
not sure
otherwise,
why.
it's to make sure that you swap off pawns.
Because if black gets his pawn to h4, then he plays f5 and e4 and g5.
Yeah.
There's some tricky.
There's some kind of Botvinnik
Yeah.
stuff on us,
Okay, so what happened?
Important
We have
that,
any other
probably.
decisive games?
Can we have a quick look at the women's section?
Right, I'm sorry, we're stuck so much on the men's section.
Yes, let's have a look at
Gunina, leader.
Gunina versus Maria.
She is worse because
there's
maybe she's worse. I'm not so sure.
There's an awful lot of pawns there
Yes,
for the exchange.
But with the rook coming to d2, black is poised to take all those queenside pawns as well. Queen a5 might be even better with the idea of queen e1 check and rook d1. And
queen
queen is,
e5.
of course, staying true to her attacking style. So queen a5, although I like queen e3 move, yes.
Queen e3.
Yes, and then what?
Then what? Yes. Then what?
Rook d4 probably. Rook d4, trying to snatch some pawns.
And if I don't care and I just
h4.
yeah, just like I stick to.
Then queen takes a2.
Queen takes a2 and.
You keep going, or you play
well,
b?
maybe I should take care a little bit care now.
No, but after the.
I wanted to. I didn't want queen takes.
Yeah, but.
Or do you think I should just keep going? Let's just. Okay, let's.
Why not? But no. I think 95 was better.
95 was better. Yeah,
95.
95.
You need that pawn.
Yes, and then queen takes.
Queen takes, and then now you keep rolling probably. No, you have to play h5
It
because
can also be knight f3.
you're really keeping up all that pawn formation.
No. Okay, no. I'm gonna go h5.
h5.
But okay, the king is. Okay, well, black can also start running.
h6.
Yep. Still.
a4, king g2.
Yep.
Queen c2 maybe, yeah? It's time to stop.
Yeah, I did wonder whether I could just
a3, h7,
get a position with four queens
No,
on the
but
board.
white comes first, no? Because there will be some queen c8, knight d7 tricks or something.
Yeah. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
for simplicity's sake.
Queen c2,
Queen
yeah.
c2.
I think
I wanted my
I
four
think black
queens.
is winning here
Yeah,
because
black would be winning,
black
yeah.
is winning. So this is a tricky position.
Oh, it's not so easy.
Yeah. So that's why she played a3. She doesn't give up the pawn. So knight e5 is played.
Cheap control, yeah.
Queen c2, that's correct. And now maybe even b4. Yeah, h4. So she does give up that pawn, but compared to what we had.
Compared to what we had, yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So what else?
And
anything?
Gunina down to 20 seconds and
20
counting.
seconds in a very sharp position.
It's just like somehow the position gets interesting and then suddenly you're hit by time trouble.
Yeah. Oh, we have another result. Bondaru lost to Lei Tingji in that Karakan. Remember that game we saw that we like black's position?
Yes, we like black
So
position,
that's exactly what happened. And Irina Krush, she is worse.
So let me just
She's
pull
just
up.
massively worse because your king is open and she's down materials, so she's likely
And
to
down
lose.
on clock. I mean, look
Yeah.
at this, 8 seconds, 7.
And Harika won, And can we go to Haruka's game?
Yes,
really
I was
quickly?
just going to.
Mhm.
Haruka is. Where is Haruka?
Haruka is next to last.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was another. Oh, that was the Dutch.
That was the Dutch. Yeah, that was the great Dutch, where the bishop was stuck on.
On G2, and yeah, and that's where black was better.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's exactly what happened. So that's the lesson for
Yes.
for kids. You know, don't
Don't
play
get your-
f4 and knight h3. It really doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. No.
Okay, Elizabeth is actually having advantage with white. I like her position. Two extra pawns.
Two extra pawns.
Very good rooks.
Fantastic rooks.
Yeah.
It's the kind of position that black can just resign.
And more
with.
time.
Yep, and more time. Everything is
Okay,
perfect.
so it's 1-0.
Yep. And
Okay.
moving back to
Men.
the men's, and well, hang on, let's have a look at this ending between Dominguez and Fedoseev.
Yeah, I think it's a
You
draw.
think it's a draw?
E3, king e2. Let's just draw.
E3.
E takes f2, king f1. Yeah, it is a draw. So, okay, safe to say that Linear is safe.
He's safe. Okay.
Korobov already draw. And Cheparinov, that was wild game. He was...
That's yes. That position is a draw.
Cheparinov,
what's happened? Oh, goodness me.
d2 check, and then what? Then bishop where? Bishop e2 or bishop... bishop e2, a7. He cannot play this. Bishop d5, a7.
Oh, he has to go bishop d5.
Bishop d5, a7, rook a8, and then king returns to e2. Ooh, really?
What did
He just gives up his bishop, but then he wants to play knight e6, put his knight on f4,
Yes.
and start pushing c5 pawn, but that's only good enough for draw.
So okay, so he took.
That's only
So
good
this
enough
is the
for
position
draw.
on the board.
Because white also has rook c3. No.
But okay, how does white improve? I mean, what is okay? So white has to win
So
the bishop.
check rook a8, right? King f7, then white probably plays king f1 immediately and goes for that pawn.
And you want to go where?
No, king
King
f1.
F1, king F1.
Bring the king, because at knight e6, king e2, knight f4, king e3, and black is not
And
in
if I
time.
go,
Well, you can play knight b3, but then I hit the knight, yeah? You have no
Wanted
time
to
to play
go
c5, c4,
knight e6.
knight e6, king e2. And then knight f4, king e3, c5, and rook takes d2. And after, I'll probably just take on d2 and play knight takes h3, make a draw.
Make a draw.
Yeah, because
Yes.
black is not better.
No.
Black is not better. So that was a surprising decision. Yeah, so king f1, and it's very close to a draw.
In fact, he
should be
didn't
drawn.
play. Yeah, they went rook a7, rook d7.
First.
Perhaps this is
Yeah,
an
that's more
improvement.
accurate.
Yeah.
That's more accurate. But maybe not, because now if now black can actually play knight b3 now. King e2, knight e4 check, and you cannot take this pawn because of knight b5 trick. And if king goes somewhere else,
So I'm happy with the draw.
it's still a draw. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a draw. Okay. What else is going on?
So
Leko.
so we have a result. Ponomarev and Yangi draw, and Leko. Yeah, let's have a look at Leko against Le Kuan Yin.
I thought he equalized comfortably. What happened?
He did.
What happened?
Life happened, Gata. Chess life happened.
Yes. Okay. But
One makes mistakes.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was Enter Berlin.
Yeah, it was the anti. Yes, maybe it wasn't so comfortable because there was some stage at d5 happened.
Because he played c5.
Yeah.
C5. If he didn't play c5, then maybe that would not happen.
Yes. Okay, so let's look at the final position. And one pawn down,
It seems to be a draw.
still a draw.
Yeah, but if white can exchange the queen somehow, yeah, and then go into this queen knight endgame, he might be better. But knight h4 is asking a little bit too much,
He's a pawn up. Why does it pawn up? And
he threatening
he can hide. He's
Queen
threatening
G6.
queen g6, and the king can hide on
check
g1.
has to happen.
And now I can
knight
hide.
king g2,
Yeah, now I can go
Knight
king
d2.
g2.
knight d2,
Ah, knight d2. But
and then queen g6, and it's a race.
yes. Oh,
But you
We
cannot
like a
take on
race.
yeah, but d6, knight d4, Yeah, but black should lose this.
Yeah, d6.
I think knight e5 actually more professional.
Okay.
And then bring the king.
So knight e5, and then
Just bring the king, and black cannot attack the a4 pawn because d6 and g6 pawns will queen. Right, and otherwise you just bring your king and you win technically.
I'm not a professional.
Okay,
So
but
d6.
d6, d7, knight e6, knight f4 is also quite professional.
And now
Knight e6,
Knight
knight
e6,
f4, knight
knight
d8,
f4.
and g6.
No, not knight f4. You have to go, it's a check.
Oh, he played knight f4 and he missed knight f4 check. Oh my
no,
god.
No,
oh
no,
my
he didn't,
god.
he didn't play it. No, he didn't play it. He didn't
Oh,
play
he
it.
didn't
He didn't
play
play
it.
it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that was
Thank god.
That was what you said.
Yeah, that would be a disaster. Okay.
No, he didn't play that. Come
Yeah,
out.
after this, knight f4, and then g6, king f5, and knight e6, and black wins. Okay.
But
Yeah.
there's no...
Yeah, knight f4, though, was like, oh my god.
No, and I was just wondering whether there was any kind of sacrifice, like you go knight and then go b5 or something, but yeah.
Okay, so...
let's move on.
Oh, okay, let's
So
look at the other
Gawain
game.
has lost to Richard Rapport.
And what happened there?
Gawain lost.
Yeah, I know, but what was the culprit?
The culprit, white. Yeah, this the bishop pair. That was the
He had
culprit.
a good position. He was attacking the opening, but this is already a bad position.
This is already
Not good.
yes. He's
So he messed up somewhere in between.
yeah.
Okay.
And,
What else? And Mamedov beat
Ralph
suddenly
Mamedov
he
beat
beat
Boo.
Bo. Yeah. Gunina lost to Mozachuk.
Yes.
Somehow Black lost his rook somewhere.
How did that happen? So rook d1,
Mm-hmm. Rook d6.
rook d6, knight f7.
Rook d2 and knight g5 and check on h7. Rook d1.
Aha, queen takes b1. Yes.
A lot of rook
Yes.
movements, a lot of queen movements, a lot of pawn movements, but Black made no progress at all.
No.
And she lost the rook, and she is losing her lead.
And Kostenyuk and Humpy, that ended in a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Still, we can look at Abdul Malik against Tang Zhongyi. That is still in progress.
Yeah, but why does the pawn up with the
Well,
less
it's not-
time on the clock?
But it's
And Stefanova lost to Nana Zhagnidze. And let's see how that happened.
yes, this one was
Ah, that was anti-Berlin with this thing.
yeah.
And remember I said that after Black plays f6, he has to watch out for that e5 square?
Yes.
That's the problem with this line for Black, because that knight is very strong. It's almost impossible.
But I'm surprised that I would expect Black to be quite comfortable here. But okay,
Not in the structure, because knights are very strong.
not like this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but definitely not like that.
not
Okay.
like that.
Yeah. Okay, so what else we have?
And
we have
Irina has lost, as you predicted, against Anna
Yes,
Urushinina, and
Harika
Harika won.
Harika one, yes, and Zhao
And
Pass is
What?
suddenly
what's happened?
what's going
there's
on?
like a meltdown. I think must have happened because she was
completely
she
winning.
was completely winning. Okay, so
Even I agree that she was completely winning. Look at this position. How can you?
sometimes it happens. Sometimes you think to yourself, I got from here to there. That is like well, how?
Okay.
So
And push pawns. Yeah.
okay, so h4. So this is probably the tricky
Take.
part. Takes
Take. B5.
b5.
King h3. But bishop f1 was terrible. Bishop f1 was just terrible.
Okay, she just assumed that these rooks were.
Oh, she
then
missed
and then
this.
another
Oh
one.
my. Okay, she just blundered the whole thing.
Yeah. So when it rains, it pours.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but the question is, can White draw this?
Well, mentally, it's going to be very difficult because you know it was
Doesn't look like it.
mentally
Yeah.
you've already. You don't have the time to kind of get up and compose yourself and go, hey, hang on a second, can I save this? I mean, mentally, she's just thinking, oh my God, what has happened? How
I
did I
think
have to?
these girls are professionals. They can switch.
Do you think you think it's easy? I don't think so.
I don't think it's easy, but they have to do it.
This is what. Yeah, we should have a video camera where we can see
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Then that would
Hopefully
answer.
tomorrow we'll have
we'll
a camera and then we'll see
we'll be able
the
to-
reactions, because it's interesting to see how strong players react like to the blunders live.
Yes,
Yeah, and now after knight d3 and knight takes f2, I think black is winning.
that's it. Yeah.
That was a nice maneuver. So black is winning, and that leaves us with the Feder save drew,
Definitive draw
and that leaves all games finished.
except
So the women's leader Gunina lost, and men's leader Dominguez drew. So that means he stays at the lead with +2, and he might be caught.
no, he's not caught because
He's
only
not caught.
Vidit could catch him, and Vidit that game ended in a draw. In
Right.
the women's section, there were
And
6 women.
Cheparinov won that game. Oh my God!
Yeah,
He just
Cheparinov.
blundered rook e1 check. Wow.
So hang
But
on,
what
what is the
happened?
game?
What happened after we thought it was completely drawn? So, rook a7,
Okay, so we left at the position.
king
as
f1, knight
king-
b3,
knight a5.
rook b7. I'm not sure why he played rook b7, but okay, because knight on c4. And now this knight is untouchable. Oh my God! And knight protects the pawn.
And it cuts the king off. It's
And he cuts
fantastic.
the king.
King e2, king
So
e3.
white
yeah.
just really should
Just-
not have allowed this, because now this is bad position, and he's probably lost. Yeah.
And then now the king just gradually moves itself.
Knight returns, and then the c pawn starts
And
rolling.
that square, this c4 square is just
Yeah.
amazing for the knight.
It's a perfect square for a knight. I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and what else
Yeah.
is going on?
So we just have that one game left.
Yeah, yeah, but it's completely winning for black. So because knight is transferred to e5, f3, and white resigned after all.
Oh, she has
So we
resigned?
have, yeah, she's it's 1-0
Okay,
official.
so, okay.
Okay, so we have all the results,
And
and see you guys for the last round.
we'll take a short break and see you soon.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
开始。
Hello everyone, IMSA World Masters Championship starts today in Hengshui City, Hebei Province. There are 32 chess players around the world participating in this event. And we invite Gata Kamsky from America and Jovanka from England to comment on these games. And now we would like to invite them to comment on chess games.
2019国际智力运动联盟大师锦标赛于今日在河北衡水举行，共有来自全球32名顶尖棋手同场竞技，为大家带来精彩绝伦的64个对决。为此，我们特地邀请来自英国的约万卡女士和来自美国的卡姆斯基先生进行全程讲解。下面有请2位嘉宾讲解精彩对局。
智力运动赋予竞技体育全新的意义。从人工智能获得启发，智力运动还有很多提升的空间和可能性。中国正在成为世界智力运动的能量之源，促进智力运动发展，增进世界文化交流。5月，世界棋牌大师巅峰对决汇聚中国衡水。我是衡水人，我在我的家乡邀您关注国际智力运动联盟世界大师锦标赛。
Hello everyone, IMSA World Masters Championship starts today in Hengshui City, Hebei Province. There are 32 chess players around the world participating in this event. And we invite Gata Kamsky from America and Jovanka from England to comment on these games. And now we would like to invite them to comment on chess games.
2019国际智力运动联盟大师锦标赛于今日在河北衡水举行，共有来自全球32名顶尖棋手同场竞技，为大家带来精彩绝伦的64个对决。为此，我们特地邀请来自英国的约万卡女士和来自美国的卡姆斯基先生进行全程讲解。下面有请两位嘉宾讲解精彩对局。
Hello and welcome back to our fourth and final round of the day. And we've had some exciting, absolutely spectacular chess, very emotional at times. And for those of you who just joined us, I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be in the studio with Grandmaster Gata Kamsky.
Thank you.
And let's dive in. The games have begun, and let's have a look at the top. So we are going to check the leaders, and in the men's section, this is Lenier Perez Dominguez, who is on 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah, he's a clear leader.
Clear leader, the sole leader, in fact.
And there are 4 people following right on his heels, so...
With 2 points,
yeah,
yes.
2 points.
It's still early days. We have 11 rounds of rapid.
But in the women's section, surprisingly, we have a very young player, joining the lead.
Yes, in the women's section we have 2 leaders, Maria Mazichuk and Zansea Abdulmalik.
Yeah, while I'm not surprised about Maria Muzichuk because she's been a former world champion and is a great player for many years now. But this young Abdulmalik girl, she's just coming out of nowhere. And
well, she's been around for quite a few years, even though she's still very young. Yeah, she's been around since. It's certainly been one to watch, and she did very well in the Women's World Championship.
Right. So we're going to focus on these guys' games this round. But first, we're going to walk through.
Let's do a walkthrough, and let's have a look at the first game, and that's Cheparinov against Dominguez. And
it's your favorite Catalan?
Yes, it's my favorite Catalan. Yes. It's very funny, because I play as black and it seems like white is slightly better. And when I play it as white, I think, why do I give up this pawn?
Yeah, exactly. I know the feeling. Yeah.
I don't like it. But the main thing is that black has to neutralize this bishop on g2. This is the main task.
Absolutely.
It's something that I've often failed to do.
And judging by the speed that these players play, I would say that surprisingly Dominguez is better prepared because he has more time than he started with, while his opponent is thinking already. And there is probably a trick to it because white's pawn is on a4, which makes a very subtle change to the opening structure and therefore to the whole thing. Because if now white takes on c4, black might just simply reply with queen e7. Whereas the pawn was on a2, white could have gone for a3, b4, bishop b2 setup, but it's no longer possible.
Yeah.
And with the queen on e7, black can try to go further for knight c6, bishop d7, rook c8, very simple developing chess, and
maybe even e5.
Maybe even e5, exactly.
And get the bishop out.
So that is an interesting opening discussion here, but let's look at the next game.
Yes, and let's have a look at 2 players on 2 points, and it's Fedoseev against Vidit.
And we have a bishop on b2.
Yes. Okay, so one of these offbeat systems.
Interesting. I mean, I think it's a smart choice by white because his opponent is an Indian prodigy, is well known for his theoretical expertise. So I think it's a pretty smart choice to try to, avoid.
It's an interesting move order as well because say if I wanted to go c5, because c5, bishop f5 would take the game and take it a bit more standard fare.
Oh.
Is this possible?
I think
so.
Well, I think c5 is a standard way to play this position, and black will have to play it sooner or later anyway. So the sooner he can play it, the better it is for black, because once he reaches the structure after c takes d4, I would say black has solved all his problems. But I don't know. The question is whether...
Well, this is the issue with this slightly unusual move order. Then it becomes a question.
Because if white probably has to take on c5, and then the question, what is black going to do? Is he going to give a check or play knight e6, for example? But queen a5 check is natural, but after knight d2, queen c5, let's say castle, and then white goes with c4 or c1. Well, it looks like reversed Slav a little bit, but with the bishop on b2. So, I don't know, looks equal to me, to be honest. I'll just play something like bishop g4, then e6, and queen e7, knight c6.
I think we've actually seen, this is actually on the board. We will actually see.
No, but black plays knight e4.
Okay, he hasn't taken on c5, but knight e4,
Knight e4, wow. I like that move. Black is challenging white superiority on the dark squares immediately, and he is ready to put his knight on c3. Stamp it with a foot,
Yes.
So
you have to be a bit careful already.
White has to be already careful here, And I think now in the hindsight, I would say that I think the Vidit is playing a lot of online chess. So, and a lot of online chess players, they like to play offbeat systems, so playing b3. And in this case, Vidit was really well prepared for this system. So in the hindsight, probably it was not a smart choice by white to go for this.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay. We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. The next game we have two great strategic players, Gelfand versus Li Kuang, and they of course say something strategic as well, which is English opening. I refer to my colleague.
The English opening, yes, yeah, I'm not that patriotic. Yeah, it's good. It's good for white then.
Well, it is very strategic and slow, and
yeah, just no. I mean, the main thing is you want to play on putting a piece on a c5.
right.
This is the
but
thing.
this opening allows both players to display their strategic talents and slow game.
Yes,
And,
I mean it would suit both players, but I have to admit I like white. I think this plan of going rook c1 and then putting a bishop on c5 and eventually putting a knight onto c5 is
Yes,
it's just very pleasant.
I agree. It's very safe and small advantage for white.
Yeah.
Okay. The next game is
Yu Yang Yi against Korobov.
yeah. It's usually reached via Grunfelds, and
This is the Grunfeld.
no, but
No?
the structure I know can be reached with Grunfeld from Bishop g5 94 line, and okay, they reached it through the Queen's Indian declined, and again, this is standard stuff. Black just plays 96, gets the c5 square under control. He'll have to reroute his c3 knight to somewhere better pasture, I guess. 92, 91, d3, which is typical.
93 is like the perfect
Yeah.
square for the knight on these structures, and the same goes for black. A knight on d6 is also really nice.
Right, but the question is whether
Well, then-
white should take on c6 immediately or wait, because if he takes on c6, then black has ability to put his piece on b4, and that will be a problem for white. So white will have to play a little patient game as well.
Yeah.
And the Mamedov game will have something crazy, which is
hang on, wait.
still looks very familiar to me.
Okay, so so this is Ponomarev. Okay, wow.
This is old, very ancient Italian gambit.
The king on f7 always inspires.
It does.
It does, with
It
the
does.
king out there.
But white is thinking he's already down to 11
minutes against 14
That
minutes.
means he is not prepared as well as he thought he is. And I like black's centralization.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The black's king is in no
And
danger.
black is a pawn up, which is
Is the pawn up? Okay, I didn't count the pawns. Okay.
yeah. That's the first thing I do. I count the pawns.
I didn't count. I didn't count the pawns. I assumed that there was.
So I would say black is better.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a pawn up, great position.
Yeah, nice centralization of pieces.
Next game we'll have between two Chinese players,
And Bu.
and they know each other obviously really well,
Yeah.
and they've been playing together.
But I think this is going to be cutthroat because they're eager to establish. They're playing on home territory. They want to establish superiority, should I say, against everyone. They want to prove that they're the better player, or maybe they're not.
I don't know. We'll have to ask them.
We'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to ask.
But I don't like black's position anymore. Although it's possible that
Well, this queen takes e7, right?
yeah, queen e7. I think is almost too good to be true to
We can't-
avoid. Okay, but while they going through this,
Let's carry on with our
Yeah.
trip, and then Peter Lecker against Gawain Jones,
Yeah.
and Gawain having a bit of a hard time with only half points out of.
but now we know
points.
why, because there's a secret to this madness, and hopefully this situation will change tomorrow. But I don't like this knight on b6 in general. It should not be there in this kind of structure. It should be on c6 really. So how did this happen?
So this happened it's happened in a Grunfeld.
Grunfeld was queen a4. That's
Yeah.
a tricky
So
Peter.
this is Avrek's recommendation.
Really?
Yes, in his book.
You read his book?
Yes, some of his book.
Wow.
It's quite hard going. It's like the Encyclopedia of Chess.
I
It's not.
stopped reading books a long time ago.
No.
But
It's
I'll
always
have to
good to
rethink
read.
it, yeah.
It's always good to read books. I mean, I especially really like digital books,
Mm-hmm.
like reading books on like apps like Forward Chess,
Mm.
and
Oh, you're reading chess books mostly?
no, just I mean, I kind of mainly actually I refuse to buy paperback books now.
Really?
I only buy because
Saving the trees.
Yes, I'm saving it. There you go. You know, like with apps like Forward Chess, you can take like 50 books with you,
That's true. I admire that. I admire the strategy.
and it's easy to play through.
Yeah, but to return to chess, I think it would be safe to say that White has maybe minuscule advantage here because of two bishops, just because of two bishops. Yeah, and
Yes.
no clear post for Black's knights.
Yeah, there's no clear post for Black's knight. Also, yeah,
That's-
I'm agreement
That's
with
what
you
makes
there.
it.
I mean, it would be different if the knight were on c6 and could go to a5 and then go to c4.
Now
but,
we get to the first board of the women's tournament,
Yep,
and
and
this is your specialty again. This is Karo.
this is Karakan, yes. So Abdul Malik against us. What is this? Let me have a look from the beginning. So main line, h4. So this is all very standard. Okay, so e6, knight e5.
Don't they play 97 instead of e6?
Yes, they do. I mean, it's a matter of personal taste. You can go knight d7. You can also go knight f6 and allow knight e5. But recently, I think Vidit did a DVD on the Karakan, and he recommended e6, and so this became quite trendy after that. Bishop h7, bishop d3. Yeah, norm takes, queen takes, knight e7, bishop f4. So this is the very safe line because you can actually play a little bit more aggressively. Bishop knight takes. Yeah, this is just. I think White has a small edge. I don't think. Bishop f4 is very safe.
Knight g4. Wow. Well, f4 is a very combative move, I have
Yes.
to admit. And White is played by
White is Abdul Malik.
Abdul Malik. Okay, so she's young and she's very hungry, and she's looking to secure her first position after the first day. And
But knight g4 is.
knight g4 probably is forced move, otherwise White just plays f5.
But isn't Black doing quite well here?
I'm thinking, why didn't she just play g6 maybe because of h5, yeah? So g6 was not good. So knight g4 is good. I
Knight
actually
g4
like
is, I'm liking Black's position quite a bit
I like
because
Black's position, yeah.
after bishop takes g7, we'll get
Rook
that just
g8,
rook g8,
queen
and then
h7,
castle queenside.
Castle alongside, yeah.
So just to show that, rook g8. And then that's a ready-made attack there.
And White's king is not looking very
Not good.
Knight on g4 looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So maybe not bishop takes g7, just open that file for Black. So maybe
Then-
something else, but what? Yeah.
What?
I'm thinking about queen f3 maybe. Queen f3, and if h5, then knight takes h5. So h5 is not going to be played, probably something like f5 maybe.
Okay, f5, yes.
Yes, but now it's different. Now I can play knight h5 and then try to play knight takes g7.
Yeah.
Maybe. Not sure. But if you don't play f5, then what else can you do?
Yeah, it's queen f3.
I like queen f3 for White. Because h5, knight h5, and rook h5, queen g4.
I was wondering whether I could play into your attack. And what do you do?
Take
with
on
f5.
g7 maybe first.
I'll take. Oh yes, of course you take on g7 first. Yes, I saw that.
But it doesn't mean it's good. Yeah, knight g7, king g7,
King d7, yes.
and now what? Probably f takes e5
You
and
have to
g8, knight
go.
h5. Simple chess. Because there is no bishop h4 because of queen f7.
Queen f7 check, yeah.
And then just knight f6 and Black is just worse. Yeah. So what happened in the game? Queen f3 has been played. Yeah.
Queen f3 played.
So f5 is probably forced. Or you can take on e5 and just go for this type of structure. White has to take with a pawn. Now just
Castle queen? No.
castle short side maybe.
Castle short. But then I'm castling into.
It's not so clear.
attack.
Is it that clear? Yeah,
Knight
knight h5,
h5.
knight f6 is coming. Yeah. Okay, so rook f8.
I'm not sure I can go.
Yeah, but knight h5. Yeah.
I think if anything, I probably should just go f5.
f5. Yeah.
f5 and just.
you need this knight on
I
g4.
need that knight on g4 and just let that bishop be.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
And
I
if-
kind of want. I really want to castle queenside.
And if knight h5, and then what's
What's
the-
my idea? Maybe I can just ignore it and just go castle queenside.
You can play king f7 maybe.
Oh, f7, king f7.
Yeah.
Oh, Didn't think about that.
Because king on f7 is really safe. I like that.
Yes, yes. You're
And then,
quite right.
Then rook g8. And then bishop h4, and then black is looking
And then
good.
kick back, yeah.
Because king on f7 is just mega king.
And
Knight on
knight.
g4 is a great knight. And then even queen d5 go for the endgame.
Yeah.
Knight on g4,
So something
f5.
like
Very
this,
good.
queen d5.
I like, very, very good. You know, this
Yeah.
are great players, great women players. Okay, so let's continue our walk. And,
Let's have a look at Gunina against Kosteniuk.
yeah, these girls definitely know each other really well.
Yeah, they've played each other many times.
Yeah, and I'm hesitant to give an evaluation. I would say that white is maybe slightly better after bishop c5. Bishop c5, knight c5, but that probably leads to
Well, it's black to play.
simplifications. It's black to play.
It's also black to play, so
Black to play, so maybe bishop e4,
that would be...
followed by bishop d5. That would be my probably choice, you know, just because I like to block white's Spanish bishop usually. And
Well, what's Gunina going to... Where's she going to put her queen?
yeah, that's the question. So we'll return to this game.
Definitely. Lots of play left there. And if we go to Humpy Kanaru against Nana Sagnita.
Yeah, white
Is,
sacrificed the piece temporarily, but still. It looks like home prep because she's 10 minutes still there. Obviously, white gets her piece back, and she has two bishops, and black has ruined pawn structure. So I kind of really like white's position here, because the knight or the rook goes to d6 and bishop goes to g5, or if black takes on b2, then bishop goes to b2, and it's a massive attacking position. Great. I think white has a large advantage.
There's a lot of play here.
Yeah. Ushenin game looks like a typical exchange sack by black.
Well, this is this...
Yeah, it's a famous. But in reality, black only has a bishop, knight and a pawn for a rook.
So if you go d3, I just have to go bishop f3 and
Bishop
then...
f3, and black has a problem. Probably bishop f3, but then knight f3, and white is ready to play knight d4 and hit the pawn on b5. And there is a problem. But if black doesn't play d3, then white just takes on d4 and has a comfortable exchange up.
Yes.
Okay, in the next game, that's a famous gambit with the a5, b4 pawn. I think we all recognize it like a Slav gambit that rises after...
Is it the note boom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember I was looking at this opening as a kid, and then occasionally I see it in tournament practice, but not much. What can we say? Usually after black manages to play f5 and put his knight on e4, he is generally considered to be doing quite well, but in this case I guess white has a plan to play king h2, knight e5, g4, and just go for an attack and then open his dark square bishop d4, d5 at some point and give a mate.
But you have to be very careful. I think you should... because my idea would be bishop c6, get rid of the blockader, and then...
Yeah, that's why I mentioned...
You want knight
that
e5, right?
White plays knight e5
You
first.
want knight e5 and then...
Yeah.
It's
Again,
difficult to dislodge that knight without
this
giving
position
something.
is very double-edged, very double-edged. Going through the other games, again, I see a lot of interesting positions. I see even King's Indian in Elizabeth Path's game.
Okay, so we move forward down.
And Bella Khatanishvili plays some...
So yes,
very
so Irina Krush against Elizabeth Pates, who's had a little bit of...
Yeah, they're probably a little slightly out of form, both of them. And but don't worry, guys.
It's everyone can have a bad day.
Yeah,
This is the thing.
Tomorrow and after tomorrow, these ladies will be different. They will come with their best, and you will see how they play chess. So far we took a look at almost everybody, and let's go back to our...
Definitely, let's head back to our leader in the men's section, and that is Lenis. Okay, so we...
Yeah, I don't think Lanier is gonna lose this position. He's definitely slightly worse, but I don't think it's nothing.
No, it's nothing, isn't it?
It's nothing he cannot take care of.
No, and they both have a lot of time as well. They have 8 minutes to 10 minutes.
Although I have some ideas for white
Okay.
that involve playing king e3 and then playing
Okay,
knight
but
b.
it's black to play, so
Yes, but in general, I'm just talking about
Yeah,
the general
okay.
plan. The only plan I think for white is to play king e3, knight b3, and then knight bc5, followed by b4 and king d4. But then what? Because black protects everything. Yeah, knight c7 protects the
Yeah.
pawn on b5. Pawn takes the c4 square, and the bishop on e7 takes the complementary squares to the pawn. So black has extremely solid position. The other plan that I can think of involves playing e5 and trying to get white's pawn to h5, g4. And that structure is very famous.
that structure with if you manage to get a pawn on h5 for
Yeah.
white, then this it's a known structure to be it's known to be bad for the bishop.
Yeah, because of all those f5 and then f6,
Yeah.
g5 breaks. Yeah, so that's the only thing. Okay, here white plays knight b3. He goes with that plan. So definitely some room for maneuvering because white has more space, center,
Yes.
and black's bishop is slightly locked out, but nothing serious so far. And the other leaders that play are Fedoseev and Vidit, and Fedoseev managed to... Is this position worse for white? Because it looks like Vidit is taking over the initiative. White cannot castle because of bishop h3, yeah? He cannot play knight e4. So the only option left is to play something like g3.
I want to go g3, and you can guess what I'm planning next.
g3, yeah, and then black can probably even go for bishop g4. That Fedoseev guy, he can be playing really crazy chess sometimes. And now, of course, the question is, since white plays g4, will there be a follow-up by playing long castle?
Of course, that was my idea with g3. I wanted to go g3 so I could long castle and h4.
I understand.
Yeah.
But, okay, bishop g4 is impossible immediately, but after queen h4, queen h4 is the move that I would consider automatic response.
After.
Yeah, because you cannot allow white to play h4.
Okay, so
here.
he's actually played g4 in the game.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's
Very
why
nice.
I'm so excited.
And now
because-
you wanted to play queen h4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is my automatic reaction.
And so what's the idea after knight takes?
Knight e4 followed by bishop g4.
Oh, now you want to go bishop g4.
Yes, and then and I think white is slightly worse.
White is slightly worse, yes.
But if after queen h4, what can white do? I mean, probably play h3,
h3, yeah.
and now he's ready to take on e4, and black will have to improvise because knight e4 is a serious threat.
Well, we have knight e5. I don't know whether...
Knight e5, knight e4, and
No,
bishop
but I
g4
want
anyway.
to take on
Bishop
g4.
g4 anyway.
But it's just just cheapo because maybe you can just castle.
But then queen f2. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, that was my idea.
Yeah, exactly. So knight e5 probably seems to work. Yeah. Okay. Do we have any games where somebody has something very clear?
Yes, let's scroll down. Yeah, maybe... Okay, I know it's a grind, but maybe down one. Gelfand against Le Quang Game. It's looking...
I think it's looking rather drawish to me.
You think it's rather drawish?
Because after d5, queen e3, and then
Okay.
black
I was a bit excited about
Yeah.
the two knights.
black knights look really impressive, but white can play knight b3, knight a5 himself,
Yeah.
so it will be symmetrical.
And following down, Yu Yagi against Korobov. Is there a problem with the b-pawn?
With the b-pawn. No, that seems to be more knight d8 and knight b7. Yeah, the knight will protect the a5
Yeah.
pawn, and that means black is left with an extra pawn because he's 5 pawns versus 4 pawns, and in time trouble that extra little pool might be interesting. So knight b7, but then rook b5, and then white wants to take on a5.
So knight b7.
But knight b7, rook b5 can be met by bishop c5 with the idea of rook d1 check. So again, there
Okay, but
are competing considerations, and I think black should be able to equalize
I don't.
Yeah.
Is it so easy? I mean,
Is this so easy? No, it is
no,
not.
it's not easy. Maybe
It's not easy.
maybe
But
you
let's
can
go
even
back
go
to
rook d4.
Jansaya game.
Okay, back. Yes. Let's,
Yes. So we saw f5, and then what happened?
So the moves that we saw was the f5,
Mhm.
rook fe1. Sorry, f5, rook fe1, and she castled kingside.
Mm-hmm.
h5, rook 88,
I'm not sure why rook 88 was played.
c5 maybe. Rook
C5
e2.
and prepare. Yeah, but you cannot play C5, and white wants just to point everything on the E6 pawn, and then
It's just a very natural move though. It's just like,
it is. Yes, I agree.
you know, it's like a filler kind of move. Yeah, you make all the noises.
Knight f1, and now white's trying to transfer knight to f3, which will be better placed. Bishop f6. I'm not quite sure black should have allowed
That's-
white to eliminate this bishop so fast. But okay, she's trying to.
But you know, in that
Yeah, h5 pawn.
h5 is weak.
Hmm.
We can also stick a knight on.
And if she can get c5 in somehow, then
Yeah.
black should be okay.
Well, that's quite easy. That's quite achievable because you just go knight e4 and then c5.
Hmm. So what happened in the game? Knight e4.
Still waiting.
So okay. So what do you think? What
I
is
like
this?
black.
You like black. So let's see. Queen f3. Okay, it's played. Knight e4,
Knight e4, yeah.
and then knight g3 probably. Yeah, just to try to keep everything under control.
But then I can go c5.
And then if you do c5, I take on e4, take with rook on e4. You take on d4, rook
Yeah,
d4,
rook
queen
d4.
b6.
No,
Queen b6, and you're hitting everything. Queen f2, rook d4, c d4.
wait, okay, so c5, knight takes.
Take,
Rook
rook
takes.
takes, take. Probably rook takes, and queen b6, queen
Queen
f2
b6.
has to be played. Rook takes d4, c takes d4, and I think this should be okay for black because after rook f5, yeah, it looks defendable completely because if white plays g4, then his king will be way open, and extra pawn should not matter in that
No.
position. So we're looking that black is fighting for equality, but it should be achievable.
No,
But
in
in
fact,
the
she didn't play that, so she's played.
she plays c5 immediately, and she's absolutely correct. And I think
Well,
white-
okay, yeah. Oh, she played knight g4, very good. Rook e2,
yes,
c5.
and c5, very good.
Very good.
Yeah, Maria has a
Much
very
better,
good
yeah.
sense of initiative, and this is, and white is now on the defensive actually, because the difference of the knights and white has no time. Black is just in the nick of time. Looking back at the Dominguez game, we see that white actually made some progress. He managed to put his king in the center, in the ideal location, and he managed to play f5. And now there is knight f4 ideas with a knight h5 and h4, h5, as we mentioned before. And the position becomes quite unpleasant for black to defend, especially given the time difference. Black is 3 minutes versus white's 9 minutes.
9 minutes, yeah.
And I'm having second thoughts about leaders' possible change here in this game.
Yeah, was this bishop well placed on a7? I mean, I'm just thinking now in terms of the f6 push, that h6.
Well,
but maybe I'm being over optimistic in my dreams.
I don't know. I think.
Because I'm just thinking something
Yeah.
like knight to f4.
King d7,
Ah,
and if knight h5, knight e8. I think that's black's defensive plan.
yes.
That's why I'm not sure why he should play knight h5, but instead he should proceed with this plan like he did right now. He's playing correct. He's going for h5 and possibly f6, g5. Actually, f6 and g5 next move, but then f6, g6, right? So h5 and then f6.
Then h, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be
So
the right move.
the idea is if you just waste time like this, then you go g5, right? I know how you have to do it correctly.
No, now you play f6 because 95 check
Okay, so
coming.
I don't need to waste some time some more. Okay, so f6.
Yeah, and then knight comes to e5 with check,
Yes.
and that's black cannot allow that, so he has to play knight e8,
Yeah.
not allowing f6
Okay.
in this position, or play. Yeah, he has to play something here. King d7 maybe, king d7, and if h5, knight e8. And then, of course, it's a question of how white proceeds here. Suggestions?
Yes. No, I was.
I'm thinking knight d4. Like
I wanted
suddenly
to
change. No,
change. Okay, change
change the directions. Yes. Because you have more space, you have more ability to hit him. Maybe even knight c3.
Knight c3 was the thought.
Yeah.
And then the king goes to.
Down knight f4.
No. Yes. No. Yes.
And if knight c7, then you have already f6, gf6,
f6.
ef6, knight e8.
Well, then now we can go. No, it doesn't quite work. Not quite in time for my.
So maybe black's
Or maybe
resources.
we can take.
But then knight f6 was check, yeah? No, he takes on e6 first. Then you play king e5, king e5, king e5 is much stronger.
Okay. King e5, yes.
Bishop, king d7 probably has to be played, and then f7 check, bishop b8 check, king d4. Yeah, still problems for black, I think.
Yeah.
Bishop a7 check again.
You're trying to get my king into something.
Yeah, but still black loses the pawn and
Yeah.
it's serious trouble.
Okay, well, these are kind of ideas.
Okay, so he played knight e5 and white plays knight f4. And I think black is actually falling into serious danger now. Because white has achieved a lot. Because if he plays knight c7, knight h5, knight e8, second knight goes to f4. Even there is such a possibility. And king d7 has to be played. And now f6 and g6 is becomes already tricky because of knight g7, yeah?
What can I not also...
well,
no, maybe I can't take on... Maybe there's no point.
Too early.
It's too early, yes.
Knight g7 first.
Knight g7 and then...
Then knight c7. Then not clear what we can do with our knights. So it's not so simple.
h5.
That's diabolic. Diabolic. Black has to take on h5.
You have to take, yes.
Yeah. And then you prepare a g5 at some point.
Right.
Yeah, you can do that.
Or I could
Or
try to take
I got
the pawn,
an
yeah?
idea. Instead of h5, knight h3.
Yeah.
And you're ready for g5 next move. Black has to play h5. No, bishop a7, g5.
Bishop where?
Bishop somewhere.
Somewhere, okay, yeah.
g5, and black cannot take on g5 because knight g5. And after h5, now you have knight f4.
So you have to go, you have to close it.
You have to close it, and now knight f4, bishop f2, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see
So
what happens.
still some...
Yeah, so he played knight c7 for that exact reason. But now f6, now f6, now f6, g6, knight g6. And knight on d3 covers everything. You cannot take. Yeah, the pawn just queens.
The pawn, pawn queen, so knight c7 could be a mistake.
Yeah, but there is no other move. We were just looking at knight h5, yeah, but the black is in time.
Yeah.
But now after f6, what can black do? He has to play knight e8 now.
Yes, but then that's...
And then just g5 maybe even.
Or g... Oh, yeah, sorry. g5.
Because you want to play g6 next move. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think black is just lost.
Yes.
And he played knight h5, he misplayed it. And black plays knight e8, of course, and I think he saves himself.
Okay, so f6.
Yeah. f6, and now just g6, and black is okay. Wow.
Yeah. So
White just missed his big opportunity to play f6 at the right moment. And
let's move down to our people in second place, Fedoseev and Vidit, and wow. This looks...
wow, indeed.
It is wow. I mean, my first instinct is that, okay, this looks great for black.
And I think black is threatening to play knight h4, followed by knight f5, and knight takes h6.
So if you do some random
On
move
the
like...
other hand, it takes so much time that white has time to push his queenside pawn majority.
Right.
So I'm not quite... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The material is equal. White has no bad pieces, so I would say the position is very close. And given their time, anything can go.
Yeah, anything can happen, definitely. Yeah. But I can, for instance, go bishop h5 and win the pawn there. But if I can,
Yeah.
if I can be bothered to say, I mean,
Yeah.
because I think the big fish is the f2 pawn. I would like
Big
to win.
fish.
Yeah, the big fish. I would want to win the big fish, which is the f2
It's
pawn.
funny that you say that because on chess.com, Fedoseev's name is
Oh, right.
it's related to a fish.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's like, wow. Okay, so bishop h4, indeed. Yeah, it looks
Bishop h5, yeah.
pretty interesting. And I'm not sure how white will react to that. Possibly play knight c3, try to hit black's e4 pawn in response.
So
Then,
knight,
of course,
knight c3 could
and,
be, yes.
And then if knight d2, then rook h2, something like that. And then, again,
I feel
anything can
that's-
happen. Knight f1 and rook g2, g3, yeah?
Yes.
Then bishop e2 suddenly. And I'm not sure that black has to be careful.
Definitely. So maybe I can start. Maybe I
Yeah,
should.
so he
prepare.
plays knight h4, which makes sense because you win a tempo by attacking the f2 pawn. And rook h2 probably has to be played. I would play this automatically. Knight f5. Who drew? I'm just curious. Oh, Jansai, okay, drew with Musachuk.
Okay, so the top board and the women's section ended in a draw.
Just ended in a draw, although I suspect that black's position was better given the final position because she has initiative, well-placed rooks, and I think
she will come and join us.
Oh,
Sansa will come
absolutely.
and join us in the studio,
Let's
yes.
have a chat.
Let's have a short pause, yeah.
You interview our...
Okay.
We have Jansai, yeah? Okay, please
Yeah.
come join us.
Hey. Okay, they brought another chair for us. Okay, yes. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Are we? Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you start. You lead.
Yeah. I'm guessing that.
Are you guys ready?
Are you ready? Yes. Okay, welcome back, and we are joined in the studio with Sansaya Abdulmalik, who has finished her first day on 3 points out of 4, and is probably joined first in the women's section. And she'll talk us through her game against Maria Musachuk. So, were you expecting a Caro-Kann?
Yeah, because when we played the World Cup, she played the same variation, and I lost.
Yes.
So I saw that she will play the same.
So you just make them mix, yeah.
Okay.
You can just input the analysis what you want to say. So you.
Yeah, but in the match I played knight h3 and then knight a4.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
but this time I thought maybe knight
Do
f3 is
mainline,
like
yeah.
a little surprise maybe. But she played e6. I think she didn't expect knight e5. Maybe she just wanted to play knight e7, but she didn't. She thought that I would play maybe h5 and then after bishop h7, bishop d3 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that she was.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I remembered bishop f4, but after nothing.
It's a solid choice, isn't it? I think you can go f4, but
Yeah.
with the bishop f4 is fine. Yeah.
Okay, she took. I remembered only the line with bishop e7 and then knight h5,
Knight h5. Yeah.
j6 and then knight g7 and knight e6 sacrifice and something like
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Okay, she queen a5, c3, knight f6. Here I was thinking about knight e4, but then she maybe took on e4 and then queen d5, and then it's like nothing maybe for
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that I'll play like here, but still maybe not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just made a castle, but I'm not sure that's right or not, because with pawn on h4 maybe somewhere she can play bishop e7 and g5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bishop f4. Yeah, and f4 was like too active maybe, and I think it's not ready yet, so maybe I could play a4.
Yeah, perhaps just build the position up a little bit more because
And then to try to push on queen side and then rook e1 and then just f4, yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I just played f4 and then she played knight g4 and here I was thinking about bishop take.
Yeah, rook g8.
Yeah, and queen h7 and then
Castle
long
queen.
castle.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good for black, I don't know.
It looked
dangerous.
it looked
White.
very dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. So you played very solid chess.
Yes,
and,
very slow. We liked queen f3.
Yeah,
F5.
and then maybe, can I play here knight h5?
Yes, this is where Gata came
This
up
is
with-
where we stopped.
we looked at king f7.
We looked at king f7
We looked
briefly,
at king
but
f7.
okay, I wasn't sure. It was like on top of the head.
We,
But I like
anyway,
rook e1 move. It was a very solid move. Yeah. You
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect that you make castle. I thought that you play queen f7,
king f7, yeah.
king f7, yeah, and then some more g5 maybe. But okay, she was
Yeah,
good.
leave that g5 thing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
Okay, she made castle, and I just okay h5 is normal move. Yeah, and here maybe
But what would happen if she just take on h4 instead of castle?
So the bishop takes.
I don't know. I can take
Bishop
maybe,
takes g7.
and
Rook
then
g8.
bishop h6. Oh my knight.
And then bishop g3. Okay. So
Yeah,
it's,
maybe I
it's
can
very
take-
tricky, yeah. Also,
Yeah, and then queen h5.
Queen h5 check. And
what about bishop
bishop
h6,
takes
king
g3.
f7?
Oh,
Maybe
Because that bishop on h6 is slightly. Is
Yeah.
yes, as everyone would say, is.
yeah.
okay. I don't know.
Well,
Some nice
it's very
harmony,
interesting
isn't it?
lines, of course.
Black's
But,
position. But okay.
yeah, but after black castle short side, what did you feel the position was like? Were you better, or you playing for an advantage?
Actually, I thought I'm a little better, but
Uh-huh.
I didn't know what to do with my pawns on the queen side because I knew that she'll play c5 somewhere, and my bishop on e5 is like looks strong but doing nothing actually.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so I want to change the knights.
yeah, that was a good plan. I like that.
Yeah, but maybe rook e2. I mean, maybe I should play immediately knight f1. I don't know. Just was the wasting time, maybe.
Yeah. Sounds.
No, rook e2 looks solid.
No, but okay.
Yeah. So we felt that after bishop f6, it was very close to equal position already.
Yeah. So I do.
Then she played knight g4 and c5, and then I felt black was having a little initiative here. But,
So c5, yeah.
yeah, but after rook e1, rook e6, yeah, everything looks okay.
Yeah, I didn't say anything for black.
Yeah. Okay, so
Here
Good
I'm
job.
thinking about rook d1 and then I thought that I play here. Then take,
Takes.
yeah, and then rook d4. It looks safe. Then king g1 and yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah.
okay, good job. First
Yeah,
day.
well,
Thank you.
First day, and how are you feeling? Are you enjoying Hengshui?
Yeah.
Yes. Have you been here before? To China this
No, last time I've been here in 2011.
2011.
Yeah,
okay.
so I was so young.
yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you
Good
for
luck
joining us.
tomorrow.
And yeah.
Good luck for tomorrow.
So that was our youngest participant in the tournament.
Yes.
And looking at
Big
the
talent, yes. And shall we quickly
go back
go
to
back to
our
Chaturinov?
men's leaders game, and suddenly it's a draw. Which
a
is
draw?
perfect timing for us. It's a draw.
Okay, so how did this happen? Because it just quickly happened. So
Yeah, they went for this line
They
that
went
we
for this.
saw that was
this,
knight f4, king g7.
and
black
they
is-
went for h5. Oh dear, they must have been listening to my advice. Knight
Yeah.
c7, and then okay.
Yeah, I didn't like that pawn taking h5. I remember I was thinking about knight h5 and
Yes,
then going for
and then-
this
and then
knight
going for
h3
that,
g5
yes.
thing. And I
Yeah.
think white would have slightly more chances, even though it's probably
Yeah.
nothing because knight
Okay.
7, king e8. But okay, after
Okay.
gh5,
And going
wait,
If it-
gh5, what happened then?
with gh5, knight c7, and then
Knight h3?
knight h3, knight d5.
And he managed to bring the knight to e3.
Yes.
But what if he didn't allow that knight to come to
With the
d5?
bishop. Yeah.
d5 and bishop to e3. What if white have played knight e1 and put the knight on c2 or g2 and then bring the knight to g4? But then you cannot bring your knight to g4. Yeah.
Also, you also have bishop c5 and bishop
Bishop
f8.
f8. Yeah.
So let's run to board 2, which is Fedoseev against Vidit, and
it looks like white is winning.
white is winning, right?
Yeah, because
So he's
black
going
is.
to be.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have an interview with our.
Yeah, we also have a guest, Lenia Dominguez, who has just drawn his game.
Okay.
You can join us.
Hello.
So it was you held.
Yeah, it got really scary at some point because I mean it's too passive for black, but probably.
Yes. So from this point, it just looks.
Yeah,
it looks,
here I'm of course totally fine, but then I somehow.
So whereabouts do you think that?
I think
you
maybe
lost?
allowing him to get so much space with 4, e5 and king to e4 was not right. Maybe.
So this bit you think is okay, and then.
Yeah, I thought.
Because we were confident, Gata was confident that you were going to hold it.
Yes,
and then we became
but then we got
less,
scared.
We got scared and we said, well, we wouldn't.
Looks very equal, but somehow it's more pleasant for white because
Yeah.
with the knight,
Yeah.
knights, he can never lose, and then he'll start. Maybe I should go f5 somehow, not to give him space. Then I assume he'll go e4, and maybe just now put bishop on d6 and play like this g6. And
Just put the bishop on
yeah,
d6,
I mean bishop
yeah.
b6, king f7. The king goes to e3, so king f7, king
Yeah,
e3.
king e3, and then.
Yeah, but yeah, not
There's
allowing that
not
much.
allowing that space.
Yeah, space grab definitely.
Yes.
But okay, so.
So-
Yeah, maybe it's possible to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, after he got f5 and everything, then even h4 and h5, I think it might be winning for white somehow.
Did
I
you
didn't see.
spot anything?
I think I saw something.
If you can play knight h5 and f6 immediately, that would have been.
yeah,
So-
f6.
so
Yeah,
F6,
that's,
so
that's,
we-
yeah, that's
this
what I
was
was
our-
afraid of. Yeah,
So we were thinking in this position.
yeah,
after,
exactly. Yeah.
After you went bishop.
We didn't bring the computers though, so I was
No,
just
we didn't-
hoping
we're not
that
analyzing
you
with
clear
computers.
us,
Yes.
clear for us some.
I also thought that f6 is very
where
strong.
was it?
Quite dangerous.
Yeah, because actually
No,
my
on
initial
H5.
intention was to exchange knights on f4, but then I realized that it loses a pawn because
Okay, so knight f. So
yeah,
you're
if I
planning to-
take and king d7, then
he takes with the knight.
yeah, with
presumably.
the knight king d7, and then he can just take on e6, I think, and knight h5 and knight h5. Oh, maybe I have bishop f2 here. Maybe this was a better defense.
Yeah, this looks
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, so maybe actually I can just trade on f4 and play king. Maybe he has some better try here. Like after knight takes king d7.
Yeah. Maybe not takes
White
f6.
has to go for f6.
F6.
Perhaps yeah, he needs to
F6
go
and-
f6. Yeah.
Yeah. Now this small
Now I
pawn.
have to.
Now you can play g6.
No, I can play g6. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we play for knight h3, g5. But okay, it's probably.
But probably I can go h5 now, g5, h5,
And then yeah.
because he can never sacrifice
Yeah,
the
yeah.
bishop on c5, king
Yeah.
on c6.
No, black is okay. If you exchange the one pair of knights, you should be okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but
so
I also-
I panicked somehow. Yeah, I have
Also,
also.
all the black, all the pawns were
Yeah, I
on
have
black.
bishop f2 at some
Bishop
point. No, it's a
F2,
draw.
so-
Yeah.
so-
Yeah, once
I'm
it's
panicking
there, the
about
end
that
is,
already.
You're actually better, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Yeah, it could be. No, I had little time when he played knight f4, and I just panicked here for no reason. So after knight c7,
Yeah, this was the
f6
move,
maybe
F6.
it's winning because now g6 he takes and
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't.
so I thought I should take on f6 because okay, g5 he takes on knight h3 and knight e8 is also losing, I think, and after this I
So
mean it looks
after
very
this-
scary. Knight gets to e5. Yeah, knight e8. I was going to play this knight e5 and king.
No, but this pawn is hanging, so you have to go g.
Yeah, g5,
G5.
takes knight d6.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's losing. Maybe it's not losing.
It looks less scary somehow.
Yeah. So, what are your impressions of the first day so far?
Well, it obviously went pretty well for me. I mean, I think the first game was really important because I think I was clearly worse at some point. And if I lose that game, then it's a whole different story.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
to start with a win, it's always nice and it gives you confidence. So yeah, it's a nice result.
So yeah.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us.
And best of luck in the second round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a co-leader because Fedoseev just won his game against Vidit.
And yes,
But in women also, I think I have a
let's have a look at the women's section
Yeah.
because we have.
because our leaders drew. That means people behind caught up with them. Quite a few of them, I think.
So we have Valentina has beaten Kostyanyuk.
Yeah. And 2.5 points out of
And
3.
also, do we have a result? Also, Nana also beat Humpy. So in fact, they have joined the leaders.
Right. So,
So now we have a four-way tie.
Four-way tie. Yeah.
Four-way tie for first place. And yeah, it was. And Nana,
We missed some games, so
we
let's
definitely missed some games, didn't we?
So let's take a walk again through all of them very quickly. We
Yeah.
looked at the first two, and we didn't see the. We saw that the girlfriend should draw, and we didn't. Yui and Yu.
So all the
That's not a draw. That black should win. No.
well, all the games are finished in the women's section. So I just having
Yeah.
a look at the results.
Okay,
so
let's
we have had some decisive results
Okay.
at the top.
Fine. Okay. Let's.
And
Gunin Kostyanyuk. What was?
Gunina won.
Mhm.
So
What happened there?
yes, from the final position, it looks very convincing.
The opening, it seems to be ancient. 94.
Yeah.
93. Wow. Okay. 93.
Okay, yeah. it
Knight
was
of
this
6, knight
position.
55, but it's transposition to the Petrov in a
Yeah.
way.
And Humpy, we liked her position very, very much
Mm-hmm.
with the bishop there,
Yeah.
but okay, it didn't work out.
Yeah. Doesn't
Okay,
look
and the remaining games,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a draw between Lei Ting-jae and
Shanina.
and Antonetta Stefanova has won. So okay, let's recap on the men's. Has everyone finished? Was there?
Yeah.
Everyone has finished.
Everyone is no, they're still playing. Leko is playing still. Yeah, Peter Leko is still playing.
Here, Leka against Gawain Jones.
Gawain Jones. Yeah.
And we have
It looks
an
like a dead draw
opposite
to me.
colored bishop ending.
Just bishop b7, bishop c8, back and forth. And there's no way to break through.
There is no way, is there?
No. So it looks like a draw, and
And so let's recap on the results. So let's go round just quickly down. So
Okay.
because we only focused on two games. So
Right.
Gelfand, draw.
yeah, Gelfand draw was English opening,
Yes.
very positional, and at some point looked like Spanish Chigorin variation. And I think both players played pretty well.
But this one I'm curious about. Why?
Yeah,
why,
I think this
what
is
happened?
wrong.
This is the wrong.
Wrong result.
result.
Absolutely.
So we
this cannot be a
spaced.
draw. So if somebody can check on the game between
Yu Yang-yi and
Yu Yang-yi
Korobov
and Korbov, because the final position looks
completely won.
completely winning for black, and they show the draw result,
Yeah.
unless it was a problem with the time.
No, because they get extra 10 seconds. So
Yeah,
there's no
so
way that
there
you
is
would agree
Yeah, it should not be a draw.
unless black lost on time.
And Rapport lost to Andreikin in the another ancient opening.
Yes. Well, this is the great thing with this kind of rapid chess.
I actually
You try-
looked at this line
Which is the
with some
opening one like
people,
this.
and after b5, yeah, and it looked like White had some problems. Yeah. Yeah, this is all theory. I
This is
remember
old.
this. This is all theory. Yeah. F4 is still theory. Draw? Yeah, but in the final position, okay.
Maybe black lost on time.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll never know, I guess.
We'll have to find out on that
Yeah.
one because it does seem.
Right. Okay, so what else? And I think black is absolutely fine here. He has better structure.
Yeah, this looks nice.
And yeah, but
And-
white still should not lose this game. So something happened later. So can we just take a quick look? B1, I don't really like this. I'll play something like queen b4 maybe. So taking, queen b4. He blundered queen a check. Oh,
Yes. Oops.
That was a critical.
Tactics.
That was a critical
Tactics.
moment, because at this point looks like it's still equal, but after that moment, Black
No,
has
it's,
won. Okay, the next game is Ponomaryov actually defeated Mamedov.
Yeah, but I'm. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that was crazy game with King f7. We saw the Black is better
Yes.
in the opening extra pawn, and he
And,
realized that pawn
Yep.
with the Chinese derby.
And this somewhat surprising result, because you have to remember that Wang Hao is the top seed, and Bu defeated Wang Hao.
Well,
so
I'm not surprised.
Well,
I'm surprised.
I'm only going to say because it's like top in terms of seeding, top seed.
Okay.
And I think Bu is closer to the bottom.
I see.
I think he's.
Yeah, but
Of course, these are the finest.
having played with both of them, I
Yeah.
have an experience. I
Yeah.
can tell you, rating means absolutely nothing in
No,
this
no, no,
particular case. Okay, so what's going on?
So if we,
It was quite Queen's Gambit.
yeah, it was this very.
Yeah.
It looked like it was. Not,
No, but white was better. Remember?
yeah, no, white was better because the queen takes e7. Yes.
Better structure,
Yes. Okay. White
but for a
was
pawn.
better.
For a pawn. So queen e4, queen c7, queen h4, and then what is that move? 92. Knight goes to e4,
and then knight to
the knight
Happy
e4,
days.
rook e6, and rook e3.
Rook e3. I like. It's very instructive how the rook swings.
Perfect. f5, king g5. Korbov won, yeah?
Yes,
So,
okay.
okay, bingo.
You
Thank
think,
you.
yes.
So the Korbov finally won,
Yeah.
and looks extremely dangerous for
It
black
does
now,
look very dangerous.
because white has queen and knight, which is a great combo against queen and bishop. Always
but look at
considered very
that-
dangerous, and
Also the exposed king. You know, you just have to with the queen and rook on the board.
rook
these
on
are-
h6 is out of the
rook
game.
and yeah, it's
Yeah.
very dangerous. So yes, and
Okay.
indeed, Peter Lecker and Gawain Jones did finish in a draw.
Right. So we saw the women's Abdul Malik game, and then I think we saw a Castagneau game.
Yeah, we didn't.
There was some blunder involved, probably. Okay, so bishop. Okay,
Yes,
this is. We looked at bishop e4. Yeah, so bishop e4, queen g3, bishop d5 was played on the 19 move.
Move 19. Okay.
Yeah, remember I
Yeah,
said
yeah,
about
okay,
blocking
yes,
this
yes,
bishop. So bishop e4, and then bishop d5, knight c5, knight e4. No, that I didn't like. Okay, take. And black still looks okay. I mean,
But it's the question: how did the king end up? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I think we will find how did the king from g8
all right.
arrive to. Let's have a look. King goes still.
And
Still.
I think time trouble, nerves,
Yes.
critical factors. And
Ah,
that's how
it happened.
That's
okay.
how it happened.
Okay.
Okay, so that was Castagneau game.
And
What else? We have Canero.
Nana, yeah, Humpy, and then we should probably call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't really see so much.
Oh yeah, we
of
saw
the game.
this. Remember, White? I thought White was
Yeah,
complaining.
White was doing the night. You know, she had played a very nice move, and she'd sacrificed Rick D, and we were very impressed.
And then, okay, Black just kept the piece. Okay.
Ah, okay. Did we miss this?
Yeah, I missed that.
We missed it to 98. Backward moves.
And
Backward
after-
knight moves are very
right.
difficult to see.
Take bishop e5,
Okay, no, it's not
queen
so.
e5. Okay, bishop e3, rook d7, bishop e3. It still looks pretty good
It
for
still
White.
looks nice. But now she's been driven backwards in this pawn.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it at rook d7, because Black was given a
Time.
tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e7, rook b1, bishop c8. Wow, very nice.
Yeah, Nana is the master of the backward move, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
first
Bishop
knight
c8,
e8,
and now Black
bishop
is
c8.
just better. Yeah,
Yeah.
Black is better. I admit it.
And it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so that's how
That's
Nana
how-
plays endgame very great. Okay, so that was the fourth round of the first day of the IMSA World Masters Rapid and Blitz Championship. I hope you guys enjoyed our coverage,
And
and we're looking forward to
joining tomorrow.
Exactly.
I hope you can join us tomorrow at 2 o'clock Chinese time.
And see you guys tomorrow.
See you.
Hello everyone, IMSA World Masters Championship starts today in Hengshui City, Hebei Province. There are 32 chess players around the world participating in this event. And we invite Gata Kamsky from America and Jovanka from England to comment on these games. And now we would like to invite them to comment on chess games.
2019国际智力运动联盟大师锦标赛于今日在河北衡水举行，共有来自全球32名顶尖棋手同场竞技，为大家带来精彩绝伦的64个对决。为此，我们特地邀请来自英国的约万卡女士和来自美国的卡姆斯基先生进行全程讲解。下面有请两位嘉宾讲解精彩对局。